Good morning, everyone, or good evening for those on the stateside. How is everyone? Oh, Tracy's in early. Hello to you as well, Tracy. Gary, good to see you, mate, as always. Is that it? Where is everyone else? G'day, Loki. Good to see you, mate. Oh, here they come in. They're piling in. G'day, Bert. Ooh, peeps. Been listening to some Phil Escott on video. Okay. I did notice he's put Phil put one up of that ex-vegan lady that wrote The Vegetarian Myth. Yeah, I've been I just haven't had a chance to watch it. I do want to watch that. That would be interesting to see what's happening in her life currently. I like Phil. He seems to have a good grasp of on the basics. Yep, he's a good-hearted person. You know, exactly. Nick, yes, good to see you, mate. It's been quite nice and sunny down here. G'day, Richard. I've got lots on, so won't be here, Harry. Here in spirit. That's fine, mate. I understand. You know, you do what you need to do. Take care. And I went down to the farmer's market today. I went and got my favourite apple flavoured sausages. Very nice. So I got those, and I still got a pack of my ones with the cheese stuff in. So looking forward to those. I'll probably cook them today, midday, after my walk. So that'll be my main meal. So definitely looking forward to that. I was waiting to see if YouTube would tell me your show had started, and bet you can guess the answer. Yes, yes, unlikely with YouTube. Yeah, it's just the way it is. It can be a mixed bag. Nice Saturday today, relaxing, decent amount of sun, lots of eggs, beef, cheese, and some afternoon gaming with some ice cold Zebo mate. Good, sounds good. Yeah, it's been beautiful down here. It's the sun's out and all that, so we went to the farmer's market and got some meat. So that was really nice. And actually, one of the guys there actually has sort of these different type of it puts different types of herbs and spices. So that's really nice. General Jane, good to see you. Maybe. Harut, good to see you, mate. Alec, hello. Good to see you. And Barter's run with that, Luke. Bart's machine's down. He actually sent me an email this morning. So for some other stuff that I was chatting with him. But yeah, I don't know. I said to him basically also, I made a comment to basically for him to look at his driver sets and see whether some are out of date. Because if he's updated certain things, there could be a conflict. You know, it's always, if you don't update all the drivers, and sometimes when you do, I've actually had cases where I've upgraded drivers and it stuffed something up and I had to revert back to an older driver because all the others weren't, and they weren't sort of in sync for some reason, just weren't working properly. So yeah, I've had cases like that. Yes, the fun and joys of different computers and compatibility issues with hardware. Yes. They used to get me at work with the old systems in the photogrammetric. Now it's all sort of a software base where you wear these sort of things and you can actually see 3D really sort of stuff. Where in the old days they actually had these old machines that they tied into computers, and it was the old sort of, yeah, you were in these sort of goggles with these German machines, sort of moving these little levers to move the stuff, and sort of you'd actually create a line on the contours of the land, or river systems or whatever. And so so these are very highly precision instruments. This is a massive machine. You need a crane to actually move it in to the place. So these are the old photogrammetric, old cartography machines that we used in photogrammetry. But yeah, and I'd literally jerry rig the software to make it actually work with the actual machinery, because yeah, drivers, fun and games. G'day, Tracy. Good to see you here. Yes, I wish everyone else as well a fabulous weekend as well. I'm in the Sunday at this stage, but I do have a public holiday tomorrow, so I'm going to enjoy it and absolutely just do nothing, just enjoy myself. You gotta unwind a bit. It's just as a person, you just can't completely continually burn um, as they say, the candle at both ends. So yes, yes, I heard. I think I actually, yeah. Somebody's using a VR headset. You are using. I do have a VR headset for my phone. I can connect it to my computer as well, sort of thing. I did play around with it. I could actually move this little helicopter around in a virtualized environment. I did a few other things. I sort of also used this other software where you could sort of um, there I had to download a special package, and so you could actually um, fly around this sort of area. So you were like a sort of a flying bird or sort of thing. Well, that was interesting. Anyway, yeah, got to try everything once at least, as they say. So I've actually got it in there. I haven't used it for ages. I think the novelty ran out at some stage. Uh, A doctor cured his blood cancer dry fasting for 4 days and eating for 4 days. He cured his cancer in a year, doing this nonstop. Okay, interesting. Look, fasting been known for a long time to put yourself in deep ketosis and doing dry fasting. Because when you're doing dry fasting, what you're doing is you're basically oxidizing your own fat. You're creating metabolic water from your own fat, which is low deuterium. And so you're actually creating a low deuterium environment for your mitochondria, which means that your mitochondria can heal much better. That means you could actually revert and reestablish a certain level of oxidative phosphorylation, and downregulate glycolytic pathways, which help cancers in general. It also tends to basically reduce a lot of the oxidative stress, so all those sort of things help. I mean, you can magnify that effect by using, I don't know what else he did. I mean, if he was eating some meats and stuff like that and getting some taurine, then that would have helped as well. I mean, taurine is a really good one to basically lower lactate, which can be used by cancer cells, and then push it through the Krebs cycle to actually increase lipolysis. So that actually increases, your metabolic water plus the energy required to heal. So these sort of things do, in combination, you can add more. But I'm not surprised that basically doing this on-off swinging and actually increasing the low deuterium values within the mitochondria would bring this about. So it's something that I've talked about a lot in terms about the sorts of fats that we eat that basically guarantee that we have this sort of low deuterium levels. It's the reason why camels can never get cancer. You don't see a camel with cancer. So I think there's been a couple of cases, and then they've actually given them shitloads of kibble, which has caused these sort of lesions in the camels. But if they're basically on their normal, non-crappy diet and use a lot of fat from their own hump for metabolic water, they've got very good quality mitochondria. So, yeah, I'm not surprised this worked. It's not an easy thing to do like that. There are other ways and other strategies to turn off these glycolytic pathways and suppress them. I've done videos on them, but this also is sort of producing your own metabolic water, low deuterium metabolic water, without having to go and buy metabolic water. So, but not everybody can actually sustain or do this. Some people just can't do. I mean, I've done a 3.5 hour dry fast, 3.5 day dry fast, and I, was struggling a bit in the end. But doing it 4 on off 4, it takes a lot of discipline. I can tell you, not everybody has that level of discipline. But if you're motivated to survive, you may find that inner strength like I did when I had my cardiovascular issues, 12 years ago. So yeah. Doesn't matter. A compliment's a compliment. Take it. As I said, the older you get, Lukey, the less compliments you get. So accept what you can get at this stage. The Intel guys had a team that made sure everything worked well in general. Not sure AMD has the same support. Yeah, you're probably right. AMD probably, Intel's. I've found that I've had less issues with Intel systems. That's true. But it's more, there's other components you do add to a motherboard, which come from other suppliers. And sometimes you can update certain driver sets, but because certain systems are interacting with other systems, you may basically create an incompatibility issue and things not work properly. So I've found I've upgraded some drivers and not all of them, and then that's why I said you go into the device manager and actually go through the list and see whether there are any new updates and update the drivers online and try and get it up to date. So sometimes you can actually do the opposite. Sometimes you can actually update something and then stuff it up because of creating other issues. So usually it resolves things, but on the rare occasion I've had to revert back driver sets. Oh, the VR headsets. Oh, yeah, gotcha. My wife's hospital has started to use them for teaching. Yeah. Look, they can be a very valuable teaching tool. Yeah. I mean, in the future, you could actually have. I've always said that you could actually create a virtual office, so you never had to turn up to you could be anywhere on the planet and basically work in a virtual office, as long as you've got good connections and able to interact. Yeah, you could anywhere. So it will become more of a situation in the future. Companies will want to save themselves money for a whole lot of different reasons, and they will use this sort of software. So there are some downsides with everything, but also, yep. Bill was on about a protocol like that, one day meet and then 3 days of fast, then repeat. Okay, interesting. May have to look at it. So that's must be even a newer, because the last one that I saw was Leo Keith. Leah Keith or whatever I think her name is, and she's the one that actually did the vegetarian myth. And I noticed that, and I go, I'd like to see that. So, g'day, Jonathan. And that reminds me, I need to get back to, at some stage, I need to get back to my myths and falsehood video set on, the myths and falsehoods of veganism, that playlist that I was doing. So I've got a few things there, but I need to add more. Yeah, something I have neglected with a few other videos that I've focused on. But anyway, there's been a few things now that some other issues that I had to touch on, and also with Senolytics, cancer, stuff like that. So I will prioritize that for people that have got major health issues. So I don't know whether people like that or not, but I don't care. If people have got these intractable health issues, I do tend to prioritize those things a bit more. But I will get back to some of my polemic stuff, the anti-vegan stuff and some other stuff. So I'm not going to neglect that. Through the coming months, I will be making a bit of content of that sort as well. I enjoy it as well because it's actually fun and games poking at the vegans or the repeats or whatever. I do enjoy that, but at the same time, the purpose of the purpose there is twofold. The prime purpose is to help people with issues, to provide them with protocols and approaches that they can do to help improve their health. That's the main one. The other ones are sort of secondary in my book. This channel isn't driven for, that's why I don't promote any products. I'm not selling anything in that regard. It's more focused on the best science for those things. Yep. And that will be my focus. Simple as that. So, but I will be doing some of the polemic stuff because I enjoy that as well. And if anybody hasn't seen, I did one which was an hour and 20 odd minutes on called homocysteine, and I take the piss out. I really take to town Dr. Gregor. So that's a good one. So if you want to see me having a really good time pulling apart the Vagoon Dr. Gregor, that's Google my name, Harry Serpanos, and homocysteine, and you'll get a few laughs out of that one, and a lot of good information, polemic information. I think I have put it in my myths and falsehoods of veganism playlist. YouTubia playing up. I can't help you there. It does do that on occasions. Any recommendations for a person with COPD? A friend of mine has really declined and is worrying. They mentally have given up, settled for attitude. Nothing can be done. Look, most people that get on a species appropriate diet actually improve. Outside that, it's really hard. I've sort of like the Ruteri probiotics tend to actually improve the in terms of parasympathetic. The other one is taurine in the evenings in particular. But again, if they're on lithium, remember I did a video about high blood pressure and lithium. There are interactions between taurine, so you've got to be very careful. I don't know what medications these people are on, so I just can't recommend anything, mate. But I would say if they're not on lithium or major antidepressants or stuff like that, then you could basically put taurine in, which will calm them, increases GABA and normalizes and calms things. It'll actually bring cortisol down. It'll normalize cortisol. It doesn't suppress cortisol. It just normalizes it. And because that's what it is, it's a regulator. It will normalize it, and it will allow melatonin to increase at night so they can actually sleep better and also have calmness. And I usually, for those sort of people, I would split it and give them a couple of grams. Like I would have them on 4 grams at about 11 o'clock, and 4 grams in the evening at about 7 o'clock. But that's as long as they're not taking any of these medication. I don't know what medication they're on. Because if you basically calm them down and you've got them on these antidepressants, they'll be on such a high, they literally think they're going to fly, because they're going to be so, they're going to be on a high, like they're on a sort of a multiple, a massive stimulant. So that's why I'm saying it's really hard unless you basically know the person and they can slowly increase while they decrease the meds and stuff like that. And it has to be basically with a physician managing that person and working with that person, So, yeah, it's not an easy thing to basically do. I'm reluctant, mate, to basically give open-ended recommendations, especially if somebody's under being supervised by a physician and stuff like that. So, but the two things that can help them in their decline is this the lung issue, or are we talking about the lung issue, or because you're talking mentally, or are we talking about both? Just can you make that clear, or not? Or is this some sort of mental condition? Because acronyms don't really help me. I don't know, because there's a lot of acronyms that are similar, Nick. So I better put that out as well, so I know what I'm talking about. Because you're saying here, and really declined and is worrying, where mentally. So is it a mental issue, or is it a lung issue, or is it both? Just to clarify that before I continue on my rant, I better be careful what I say. So I'll get back to you, Nick. Just put down what it is. Is it a lung issue, or is it a mental issue, or is it both? And yeah, you got to, yeah, because there's a lot of acronyms out there. I get confused with a lot of acronyms. There's just too many acronyms. If it is, I can't even remember what it's called. COPD, what it stands for in the lung issue related thing. But anyway. But things that, if it's a lung issue, vitamin D and also taurine help with the lung condition, in that regard. But if it's also a mental thing, or just a mental thing, then, taurine will help with that. Vitamin D will help with both in a sense. But there can be other things as well that you can do in that regard. But it depends on what it is. But really, getting people on a species appropriate diet and getting them to sleep properly and stuff like that is really what's going to help ultimately fix the body. A couple of supplements are not going to do it. You really need to get the nutrition sorted if there are health problems. Okay. Chronic obstructive pulmonary. Okay. But is it that? Because there are other probably diseases that have got. Yeah, if it is that, then it basically is a vitamin D issue, because the collagen degrading enzymes, some of these conditions can actually, when there's inflammation in the lungs, the liver will generate shitloads of matrix metalloproteinase 2 and 9, and they basically attack the lung cells. So the nutrients, and it can actually damage slightly the lung surfactant in terms of gas exchanges. So there's a couple of things that help. Choline, with and palmitate. So eggs are a great source of both choline and palmitate. Selenium as well helps lower the inflammatory effects within the lungs. So that's another thing, and that you can find in eggs. So having a couple of eggs a day. The other one, taurine, is definitely to deal with the fibrotic tissue and bring down the inflammation in that regard. The other one is alpha lipoic acid. Alpha lipoic acid is really good at stabilizing lung, in particular lung and liver inflammation, because it actually is a big electron donor. It's not a good idea if you don't have these conditions to supplement long term, because with alpha lipoic acid there can be issues. But because you still need some ROS in your system. But if you've got excessive ROS, yes, it's really good to use alpha lipoic acid. And if this is the condition that he has, obviously, so yeah, so that's the big one in that regard. So yes. Fluffy Rainbows, good to see you. See you. See you. Gary, good to see you, mate. AMD has a lot of less resources, people forget. Intel have been around. Yep. That is true. G'day, Clark. Good to see you, mate. Yeah, okay. Obstructive. Yes, but because he has lost the ability to do what he did before, the doctor's been claiming can't do anything. He has been given a mental up in a mental. Oh, he's given up in a mental sense. Oh, I'm with you. Oh, he's sort of thrown in the towel, sort of thing. Okay, I'm with you. So he's not on any medication or stuff like that. Okay, because that's always concerning to me. To basically recommend anything to people if they're on medications, you need to work with a physician. You need to adjust things and stuff like that. Yeah, that can be a problem. Harry, do you know why I smell with ammonia? I've actually done a video on that. Go and take a look at it. I should bring it up. I should promote my videos, shouldn't I? I should promote my videos far more. People always forget my videos. Ask me questions, and I've been making more and more videos covering a number of these issues. Well, we're getting there. There's more stuff that I need to make, but I'm working on it. It's what do they say? It's a work in progress sort of thing. Go and check out this video. Anyway, let's move on. On an empty, or it doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter whether Perry, if you're taking it on empty or you're taking it, it doesn't really matter. I've actually just changed. It depends on what you're trying to do. So if somebody's doing bodybuilding and they want really to get because it is a mild myostatin inhibitor, so it can reduce slightly myostatin. It can actually pull in more amino acids, and it can actually amplify the anabolic effect. So it can actually build more muscle. And I usually recommend that people take taurine like 90 minutes before doing strength exercises or any other exercise, 90 minutes before. They're going to get better performance. They're also going to get much higher, in terms of endurance. They're also going to get more. They're going to reduce this sort of buildup of lactate, and they're going to basically increase the amount of lipolysis through the Krebs cycle, acetyl-CoA. So you're going to basically get far better performance in that regard. So that's if you're doing, trying to, build yourself up. Now, in the evening, on the other hand, it normalizes cortisol. which means by normalizing, bring cortisol down to sort of more proper physiological levels in the evening, because cortisol goes through these spikes. It goes spikes up in the morning to wake you up, gives you a whole lot of free fatty acids and glucose. That's why you should never eat in the morning, because our tribal ancestors didn't have a fridge. They woke up, they got the energy, and then went out to hunt. And then it comes down towards the lowest part. It was about 11 o'clock. And then and that's where I used to put in my taurine. And then you get this rise again in the midday to mid-afternoon. It comes down towards the early evening, and then it gets suppressed because melatonin starts going up, rising. Now, because it's really hard for a lot of people. We struggle. What's the great importance of taking taurine? I'd be here for 3 days or 4 or 5 or 6 days, Pat, to explain everything. You've got to see my videos. If you actually Google taurine and my name, you'll find so many videos that I discuss about all sorts of issues, and you'll find out a whole lot of things. And I've got more videos coming on. I've actually got a whole book, one of the old books that was actually created on taurine, that goes all the way back on all the research and everything. It's one of the most ancient of ancient things. It controls the pressure within your cells. It's the most ancient of ancient molecules to controlling and regulating fluids inside the cell to protect the cell. That should tell you everything, how important it is. So it's one of the most ancient of ancient things. So in the evening, you can actually basically take something like taurine, a couple of grams. I usually, if I'm doing the days that I lift any weights, I'll split my dosage. If I'm not doing weights, I'll just have all my dosage in the evening. What it does is it actually will bring down my cortisol, normalize it, and basically amplify my melatonin. And I want amplification of my melatonin so I can sleep better. The other thing, that's why I've changed my routine now, because of this amplification effect. Now, when I'm doing Physatin, the weeks that I'm doing Physatin, I've done a new video that actually can amplify that even more. So the melatonin can amplify the effects of Physatin. Go and check out my video. You'll be shocked at the difference between just taking Physatin on its own or taking it in the evening or amplifying it with melatonin. The effects are dramatic. And if you're doing anti-cancer or your longevity stuff where you want to knock out senescent old damaged cells, and I've got a lot to heal. I had cardiovascular disease about 12 years ago, Perry, and I used to consume shitloads of seed oils. I did a lot of damage to my body, So it's been a long journey of recovery from, morbidly obese with a lot of skin issues, a lot of health issues, a lot of energy issues. I've been a wreck. So I can literally jog up to the ninth floor from the ground floor or the basement in my workplace. I couldn't even get up 2 flights of stairs. I was struggling to get up 1 flight of stairs. That's how bad I was 12 years ago. So I've come a long way. People see me now, but I've still got more to fix and correct. I did a lot of damage throughout those years. I mean, you'd open up my fridge and it was full of pizza boxes. I just ate shit. I was on a binge shit diet for a very long time. I did a lot of damage to my body. So believe me, these things really help. The problem with taurine is that we don't get enough like our ancestors. Our ancestors freshly caught animals, slaughtered them, and people lived in the rural areas, freshly slaughtered animals, or they hunted animals and freshly caught them. Those animals were full of taurine. We then hang up our animals once they've been slaughtered for months in some cases. And what happens is the taurine level drops dramatically. And by the time they get to supermarkets with their plastic stuff and all that, it drops even further. By the time we overcook it, there's bugger all taurine in the damn thing. No wonder everybody's getting gallbladder issues and getting all these things, because bile is required to produce proper bile. You require, and to absorb fat soluble vitamins and stuff like that. It's the reason why people have so many. Because all the collagen degrading enzymes that regulate all the collagen in your body, they are regulated by fat soluble vitamins. If you can't absorb them through that last part of the small intestine, the ileum, to absorb them, it's because you're not producing sufficient bile from taurine. It's the stuff. The mother's milk actually has massive amounts of taurine. It floods the child to get the actual digestion working properly so the child can grow. And then our own endogenous systems start kicking in, but we still need to get it from the food, the rest of it, the majority of it. Problem is we don't, because our food supply is just shit. It's not what it used to be. And we're not connected to our food supply in the way that we were in the past. Most of us live in cities, and most of our meat is aged, hung up, less taurine. Even the taurine itself actually allows the better functioning of your gut, the motility, how fast it moves, food moves through the gut. All these things are regulated by taurine. The stomach, the acidity levels in the stomach, regulated by taurine. Taurine basically regulates so many different systems in the body. It's a book that thick with all the regulations. I could go on for hours and months. I've got enough content to create videos beyond my life, longer than my life that I will exist on this planet. That's how much information there is on taurine. It's shitloads of the important effects that it has on the body. You name a system that taurine isn't involved in. There's a taurine transporter, everything. Wherever you look, like vitamin D receptors, you look at every cell, taurine receptor here, to transport receptor here, TAU. You just go through the biochemistry and you go, freaking hell. No wonder it's important. And no wonder we've got all these conditions because of all these things. It even lowers blood pressure, and it acts a bit like a beta blocker, like a calcium channel blocker. It actually has a calcium channel blocking effect, but not a blunt one like the medication. It's a super molecule in the body, and it's involved in breaking down fibrotic tissue, so you don't get fibrosis in your organs. Your organs start becoming fibrotic. Your kidneys don't work well. Your liver doesn't work well. Your lungs don't work well. Your heart doesn't work well. It's all fibrosis. The heart has, and the kidneys are one of the two organs that have got shitloads of taurine. That is how critically important it is for the body. And it's only primarily found in animal foods. So you know why, when I say taurine, I mean meat and seafood. That's what I mean, period. There's no negotiation on this, period. People talk about, I've got gut issues, or I've got histamine issues or whatever. Well, if you get enough taurine, you eliminate histamine issues altogether. You re-regulate that through a number of pathways. I need to do the video this week. I've been neglecting that one for some time, and you'll understand what I mean without giving too much away. So yeah, it's a super molecule, but you can actually use it in different times of the day in order to get different effects. So you can bring down. I know one lady, she had like a lot of anxiety throughout the whole day. So I got her to have like 2 grams, like 8 grams, but breaking it up through the day. It just not calmed her down all day. And she was able to function. So there's a lot of different ways that people are going to use it. Not everybody has to use it that way. Bodybuilders are going to use it, a certain amount pre-workout. Other people are basically going to use it in the evening to calm themselves so they can sleep better, to reduce their stress levels and increase their melatonin so they can sleep better at night, calm themselves down. People are going to use it different. Others, like my senolytic video, to amplify the senolytic effect, to clear out the old stuff or kill off cancer cells. So it's a matter of biohacking these things in different ways and getting the effects. And so I'll be doing more videos like that in terms of dosages, in terms of timing, stuff like that, in order to get other effects for people. So stay tuned. There'll be more stuff on the horizon on that front. I will. I'll be going soon. Wanted to say thanks for the new videos you released this week. Great stuff. Looking forward to what you release next. Yep, not a problem. Yeah, I had to update my my Pfizer one because in light of my new research, and I have to thank one person, one of my subscribers, because he actually had actually said to me, I was taking it in the evening and I was having this effect, and I'm going. He said I was feeling a bit more drowsy, and I'm going, okay. So it seems that Pfizer is interacting with melatonin somehow. So I started searching the literature on PubMed and all that, and I came across one study that actually talked about this amplification thing, and I'm going, okay, we can biohack this to get better results from, a senolytic like Pfizer. I don't know about the other senolytics, how it works, whether it has an amplifying effect or not, but I know that I've found in regards to this senolytic, Pfizer, an amplification effect, which is great for people that have got cancer or a lot of damage in their body, like myself. So, yes, I have to thank Paul, who's he's a local Tasmanian from the south, who basically mentioned that, and that got me thinking about it. So basically, I actually always enjoy people telling me about their symptoms or strange little symptoms. They go, "Oh, I did this and I had this effect," and I go, "That's interesting. I wonder what's causing that." And then I go through my own, breaking it down and saying, "Oh, these are all the elements. How are they interacting? And then what's the research?" And then I go away looking, and sometimes I find stuff, and I go, "Fantastic." It's the one on iHerb. Give me a sec. You can actually get this on Amazon if you can't get it on iHerb. Oops. That one there. It's the only one that basically comes as a sort of a free form amino acid. So it's got nothing else in it. Absolutely nothing. It's a really high quality one. Being as a free form is exactly the way it's in the body. Let me just adjust my it's the way it's in the body actually. So yeah. Thanks, Nick, for putting the name up. People want to Google that for if they want to buy from other things other than iHerb. And yeah, it's one that I've actually done some research, and it's a really good quality one. And everybody actually has tried. I mean, one guy from the Netherlands, he actually tried a different brand and then went back to. He's had many gut issues in the past, and he's resolved all these things. And he then switched back to to this other brand because he couldn't actually find this one. It wasn't available at the time. And he said, "Oh, I didn't feel as good." And then when he switched back to this brand, he said, "Much better, way better." So he said it was just like completely different. The quality of this product is really good. I don't recommend a lot of products. There's this one. There's another brand called Quicksilver, which makes certain supplements. A friend of Bart Kay's, Sarah, she's in Britain. She's associated with that guy, Quicksilver. He's a pharmacologist that's developed his own varieties and stuff like that, and he's a naturopath and pharmacologist. So he's actually developed his own really good products. So there's a couple of, he does a lot of the liposomal stuff. So some people that have got, like they've had surgery in their gut where they've actually, they've had all these, not their lap band stuff, but the other stuff where they've actually changed the way the small intestine actually empties it and stuff like that. It's these radical sort of surgical interventions to get people to lose weight, but they don't ultimately work, as but they just create a lot of malnourishment for a lot of people. And then you need liposomal type things to absorb things much easier. So they make good products. And there's another company as well on iHerb that makes liposomal, and they have a 25 nanometer liposomal, which is really small, and it's able to be absorbed much easier, where some of the others are too large, especially the ones over 100, 150, you're wasting your money. In nanometers, it has to be the smaller, the easier, the better, the higher the absorbability. So I did research on that one. So there is, when people have those conditions and they email me, I usually say, well, this is the one that you need to take for these sort of liposomal preparations. So yes, met plenty of people that have their bodies destroyed by surgeons. Anyway, that's my opinion, and people don't like it. Bad luck. 1 week rolling 48 and back to OMAD, back under 70 and a few inches, lost 2. Good for you, Tracy. Neff, good to see you, mate. Dean, always a pleasure, mate. Always a pleasure. My stepbrother in hospital with severe IBS flare. I went to encourage him to go carnivore and advise for his upcoming conversation. Yeah, I'd try to get him on taurine. Taurine's going to fix a lot of his gut issues. It will fix a lot of his gut issues. And maybe that will convince him, once he starts seeing relief with his gut, to basically go the other direction. Sometimes you need give them the supplement in order to try and encourage them to go further. So as long as he's not on blood pressure meds or on lithium, and I do have a video on interactions with taurine, so do look at that just in case. We always have to be careful not to put anybody at risk in that regard. Anyway, I was getting panicked when I went over 70, Bert, really uncomfortable. Yep, that was the other stuff. Yeah. Yeah, and I did actually want to say something in regards to that. Yeah, those, it's really important, because those an overexpression of matrix metalloproteinase will cause derangements in the lungs. So there are a number of things that can actually cause these inflammations. There can be parasites, there can be viruses, there can be exposure to mold, there can be exposure to a number of environmental toxins. There's a lot of things that can actually cause this problem. And my sort of approach is, one, I need a massive electron donor like alpha lipoic acid, and then I need to basically heal the stuff, regulate downwards with vitamin D, regulate downwards the matrix metalloproteinases, so they're not overexpressing and doing too much damage, and then try and actually improve the healing with taurine and breaking down the fibrotic tissue, and activating certain the stem cell control within that tissue as it's refixing itself, so to speak, without becoming too technical. Yep, just wanted to add a bit on that. Yep, we covered that with a video. And yep, we've covered that. And okay, steroid inhaler. Okay. Yep. Yeah. That other stuff that I said he needs to do. Yep, there's the video. And think I had a lurgy this week from a poked family member. Sore throat, blocked ears and fatigue for 2 days, up my vitamin D, zinc and taurine, still fasted, OMA to negative. Yep, exactly. I know that my brother, his partner, she had the one that actually had the first episode of the lurgy, C19. She had another positive, and then she basically upped her zinc, vitamin D, and taurine, and the next day, negative. She was back to normal. Yep. So she sorted herself out pretty fast. So yeah, she realizes she needs to keep if she wants to stay in the negative thing, because we're going to be constantly exposed because there's so many people who have got poor immune systems, and the latest variants, especially Omicron derived are very contagious. I mean, 70 times, so they're going to be getting around multiple times in people. And as we move into winter in the southern hemisphere, that's going to be more prevalent. So it's just a reality. So maintaining good vitamin D status and taurine levels in your system, plus zinc, which you can get from the food. I don't take any zinc. I just basically get it in the food because I eat plenty of meat. They do take zinc. I've got no problems with people doing that. I don't see the value of spending money on zinc since I'm spending money on meat, personally. So it's just that our meat supply doesn't have as much taurine as it used to. We don't go hunting for it or slaughter it fresh. So yeah, that's the problem. So our animal foods are way more depleted. Even we don't have raw milk. Well, I get some raw milk, but even my raw milk is, some of the processing probably there's transportation. It's not like fresh right out of the actual, the animal. So it does have those sort of things. But what can you do? We live in a different world. So, and there'll be more videos to cover that. DHA improve pain and discomfort osteoporosis patients over 55. Too much of a risk to mess with. These actual pathways, DHEA and many other, your endocrine system basically improves with a species appropriate diet. We didn't supplement these things. I don't. I've never have, and I never will. My father does, and he's 87. He gets more taurine, a bit of leucine, and a lot more meat than he used to. He's much better. I think work with the body. Sometimes if you don't work out you can actually and most things, if you want to fix osteoporosis, sarcopenia and stuff like that, fat soluble vitamins, leucine, which is meat, eating more meat, and taurine, all the research is there. It's really a species appropriate diet is what's going to do it ultimately. Save yourself a bit of money as well. Well, it's 11:30. I should drink my cold coffee. Or to be more precise, lukewarm. Yep. I think I do have a video on that. Go and check my video. Where have I got my video? Where did I make? Too many videos to try and remember where I've got it. Anyway, your best sources are seafood are the highest sources. Actually, the highest source is oysters. Just 100 grams or 3.53 ounces of oysters has 1.2 grams of taurine. It's massive. If you were to eat a kilo of oysters, you'd get over a 10, whatever, so it's got shitloads, let alone a lot of other minerals and vitamins and minerals. So they're a powerhouse. But seafood is the highest, and it's probably the reason why the one of the actual reasons for because the Japanese paradox. Japanese eat a lot of raw seafood, and raw seafood is very high in taurine. And it's probably one reason why they have myostatin inhibition. That means they build more muscle, even on their current, where they get more aminos transported in to their system. So they get more anabolic, in terms of muscle protein synthesis effects, just because of what they're eating. And it's probably another reason why for C19 they had better outcomes because of the higher taurine and the supplementation of vitamin D, which they had better outcomes on C19, the current flu going around, because that's what it is. Harry is 100% spot on. Amazing. Anything not sleeping melatonin will knock you out. Yeah, that's true. I know that you basically added a bit of melatonin together with the taurine in the evening, and you knocked yourself out. Yeah, it will put you to sleep pretty fast if you combine the two in the evening. That's true. For other people, they don't need to supplement melatonin. They just basically need to take taurine, which will bring down cortisol levels, allow natural melatonin to rise, and will actually make them more drowsy as the night goes on, and they'll sleep much easier and sleep deeper and much better. So that's, it is a calming effect. Increase GABA, and GABA increases melatonin. So taurine, it's a direct thing. Taurine, GABA A in particular, and then GABA A increases, melatonin. So the only issue you have to worry about is pretty much, blue light in the evening, like electronic screens. And, I've got my blue lights and glasses that I wear in the evening to reduce the amount. So in the afternoon, I sort of wear these ones, which are the clear types. In the morning, because usually the highest intensity is through the morning to the midday. But in the afternoon, I usually wear these ones, and then I switch over to the other ones as we're moving into the night to support my melatonin sort of production in my body, moving properly through the sort of circadian rhythms by having these and then switching to the others. It's like if you're outside natural light, you would go, and even in the mornings, I get outside to get natural light, and I usually have just got my singlet on and my just wearing my boxers and singlet, and I just walk out. I don't know whether I'm upsetting any neighbours, but I don't care. And I just basically get those early rays, walk back in, do my stuff, and actually your cortisol just goes bang. You wake up. You just wake up like that. You go, wow. Most people, they get up out of bed, they're going around groggy all morning, groggy, and I'm going, just walk outside. That's all you have to do. The moment you wake up, walk outside, signal with the light, the natural light, signal to your mind and say, wake me up. Give me the cortisol spike. Give me the, and from that, give me the glucose and the free fatty acids. So I've got the energy to take off, and then you can come inside, do your shit, have your shower and all that before you go to work or what you're going to do for the day. And then in the evening, again, as it's going down, go outside, just so you can signal it's nighttime. The evening is coming. And so you go back in. If you're going to look at screens or all that, blue blocking glasses, that will maintain, I don't get up at night anymore. I don't get up, even because my antidiuretic hormones will upregulate sufficiently because I'm in deep sleep, not to wake me up. And so I get really good sleep. The only time I had 2 days where I didn't sleep so well, and that was, with the mandate C19 jab of the hut type incidents where I was, for the last 2 years, I've been stressed to different levels, but in recent times, I've been super stressed. And that's pretty much because of work and fearing that I could lose my employment over the jab of the hut thing. So that was really what was happening for me. I was under excessive stress. So, as I said, I think I aged a couple of years, and I literally felt really bad in my general body. And I can tell you, I did up my taurine, and that really helped me calm down. I went from my regular sort of 2-4 grams, right up to 8 grams to calm myself down, and I did. It did calm me, and it improved my sleep. And now that the pressure's not as severe, I mean, there's still some mandates there, but I'm working permanently from home. I don't have a risk of losing my employment, so it's a bit less of a problem. But yeah, before that, I was fearful that everything was going to be lost. So yes, lose employment, destitution, everything else. A lot of other people have suffered even worse. So I didn't want to go down that way myself as well. So yes, this is how Dean knocks himself out in the evenings. Everybody does it with alcohol. What's wrong with you, Dean? I can attribute those symptoms to mold allergy due to the rain events in New South Wales. Yeah, it can be an issue. Can be an issue for some people. So some people have got poor detoxification capacity, can make things worse. Yeah, you can't make money off taurine, But when I say, and this is a really important thing, when we say taurine, we mean meat and seafood. We need to be quite clear about that. The only sources of taurine are in animal foods, period. But the problem is the way our animal foods are managed nowadays, like our milk is pasteurized. So we lose vitamin C, we lose lactoferrin, and we lose taurine in the milk. Our meats are hung up to dry for a very long period of time. We lose a lot of taurine as well in that process because it's in the fluids, So you name it, we do a lot of things we shouldn't do, but we do it. And I actually, like people ask me, well, what about, and as I said, even with canned stuff, with canned fish, they'll wash out the stuff and then put it in new water and stuff like that. So you lose a lot of the actual taurine there as well. So it depends on if it's traditional canning, not a problem, but the modern canning is a problem. Then you've got basically the situation with people overcooking stuff. That's another thing. And then with fish, seafood, it's the way it's actually kept and stuff like that. It can basically lose content. It can lose content if it's on display for too long and all that. The way I get my fish is snap frozen. That means wild caught. They catch it wild. They cut it all up on the ship in these factory ships, as they're called, and then they snap freeze it. So all the fluids and all that are captured within that frozen stuff. It goes away in there. It's fantastic. Yep. So So that's the key thing. And that's why I buy my fish that way. Anyway, any knowledge on mast cell activation? Yep. It's all about histamine being dysregulated in the actual gut. In many cases, taurine sorts this out. MCA having a lot of same symptoms as C19 jabber long haulers. Yep, these things can happen. Um, uh, my brother's partner, she basically had a bit of lung issues and stuff like that. She's been on taurine and vitamin D, 10,000 IU's plus 4 grams of taurine. And after now, what is it? God, it's about two months now or whatever. She is in much better nick, and she's been running up hills and running with her daughter, and her lungs are nearly back to normal capacity and all that. So way better. And her inflammation internally, her gut issues and all that's gone away and really resolved, and she's much better. So yes, the magic of vitamin D and taurine. Remember, T cell lymphocytes, they clear up a lot of the foreign proteins in your body and crap. So they're really important in dealing and suppressing the overexpression of these molecules in your body. So again, vitamin D, stem cell activator for those in the bone marrow. Taurine basically prevents them from going senescent and actually protects them, maintains them. Really, really important. How much you take, Nick, it depends on your circumstance, what you're trying to achieve, what you're trying to do. You know, if I have people that are basically finding it hard to sleep, I'll put them on more in the evening, plus a bit of melatonin, small, low dose to amplify the effect with taurine to normalize cortisol as well. So it really depends on the circumstances of people. In other cases, I'll have people basically just taking taurine if they have natural stuff and using blue blocking glasses, because taking melatonin for too long can sometimes downregulate your own production. So it's not a good idea to be doing it long term. I'd rather people take higher doses. But sometimes people are really struggling severely. They've got like severe insomnia. You got to stop it somehow. You know, so insomnia can also be an issue of calcium sort of issues. So that's another thing. And I actually put something like that in regards to that thing on an issue that Chris Master John brought up ages ago. So, you know, so I always say to people, if you're having really severe and you've tried a few things, check your serum calcium just in case it's not as high that it should be. So that could be also an issue. There's a lot of issues that could be, but so you've got to keep an eye on how much you take. You know, it depends on what you're trying to achieve. A couple of grams a day, like 4 grams, not an issue. Don't have to worry much about it. Anybody can do that. If you're very young, stick to 2. You do produce more, and try and get it more from the diet as much as possible. So play around with that. Older people, it really, from 30s onwards, the decline starts, and at 65 it drops off the edge. And that is when the level of senescence in our body increases after 65. That means our cells age faster. That's another reason why I'll be taking into very old age. And my father's been taking now for a couple of years, you know, his own taurine, and he's much better. And as Hello Kitty points out, her mother's in her 60s, my dad's 87, nearly 90, and he's got better skin and than her mother. So he must be doing something right. And even this friend of hers, who's much younger than me, he's about nearly a decade younger than me, and he's got a lot of, you know, like, you know, you look at my sort of skin and all that. I used to have a lot of skin issues. Well, he's got all these folds around his neck and stuff like that, and he's younger than me, a decade younger. But he doesn't eat species appropriate foods. He just eats a standard mixed diet, you know. So I know, because I was there. 12 years ago, I was like, I was shit, really overweight, excessively morbidly obese, really sick, really bad skin. I used to have outbreaks, skin outbreaks, all sorts of things. I was a mess. And then I had my heart condition and surgery. So, yes, that was wonderful. Fun, a lot of fun. Not. So, yeah. Yeah. I mean, a lot of bodybuilders use it before they do to give them more endurance, so they can actually lift more weights and all that. Plus the myostatin inhibition. Some of them know about it. Not everyone knows about it. That it can actually, it's a mild myostatin inhibitor, which allows you to build more muscle. Most bodybuilders know it as an amino transporter. That means that it can bring more aminos into the body to basically build tissue more rapidly. It works well with leucine, but that's all they know. But it has all these other benefits that they're unaware of. So yeah, I really haven't come across any bodybuilder on the YouTubes that actually understands that it is a myostatin inhibitor. It's a mild one. It's not like a super high, but I mean, if you're trying to build muscle and you can lower myostatin a bit, you can actually build more muscle much easier. That's why I like to combine it with older people who have sarcopenic, who have got weak muscles and bones, and I usually say, well, let's put a bit of leucine into them. Let's put a bit of taurine in them as well. Combine the two, and let's build their tissue up. Because leucine, even in a fasted state, in a catabolic fasted state, you can build muscle and increase muscle protein synthesis. I've done a video on that. Go and take a look at it. Google Harry Serpanos, leucine. I'll put it on there. People should watch this. They could actually really help their old people and say, look, you can take this supplement, even though you don't eat a lot of meat, and you can actually build muscle, even in old age. But yes, where is my leucine video? Oh, there it is. That was have a bit of a jab at the Ray Pete nonsense, because it's called, is leucine or insulin key to protein synthesis? Oh, you need carbs. No, you don't. You need leucine to build muscles. There's that video. That's a really good video. It's at about 500. I've had others that have got like over 1,000 views, and this only had 500 views. I'm saying, isn't people interested in building muscles, stronger muscles and bones anymore? Yes, I thought that would really take off, that video, but it didn't. I thought it would have thousands by now, video likes or looks or whatever. Don't know. Annoying. People could actually now use the scissors and share it around. So, around bodybuilding sites and all that, so they can actually see the importance, or other people that, especially older people that have got sarcopenia and all these other issues that they complain about. I'm off to bed. Not a problem, mate. I know I didn't go. Now I will end up staying up to watch the whole stream. Thank you again, Harry. I will see if I can come back for the Eurasian year one. Good night, everyone. See you, mate. That was that one there. And that one there. I think that got through anyway. The info. Mum told me just early today that she and Dad were waking up feeling warm in the middle of the night, even with the air conditioning on. It's a taurine side effect, and she suspected it. Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, it's one of those things. It does actually go away. It actually reduces. It does actually increase your thermic effect. It actually also increases your brown adipose tissue. Remember, it's actually reducing lactate, and it's pushing through the Krebs cycle more lipolysis. And that's one thing that actually it does, that taurine does. So yeah, it sort of magnifies that sort of effect. So I'm not surprised, but it does actually come down a bit. But yeah, I mean, I go out in winter with just a t-shirt on and shorts. And I used to have Hello Kitty. She used to go to me, Harry, aren't you cold? And I go, nah. And it also supports your thyroid. Taurine does that as well. But I'm going, nah, not at all, because it has an interaction with your pituitary gland and your hypothalamus. But I was really, had this like thermic effect. Yeah, so it's quite magical. Yeah, I know the feeling. Yeah, your mum. I usually basically, now you know why I don't put a lot of clothing on and why basically I enjoy sleeping naked. G'day, Bart. Good to see you, mate. Adjust your camera so the comments don't block your beautiful face. Okay. Yeah. Hold on. Anyway, there you go. There you can enjoy my beautiful face. And yeah, whatever I was saying. Move on. Do you think it's possible to replace synovial fluids? So over 5-7 years, body rejuvenate cycle. Yeah, look, it goes through a rejuvenation cycle. You turn over all your cells and stuff like that. The end of the day, if you're on a species-appropriate diet, vitamin D plays a big role with a lot of the tight junctions, and so does taurine. I made a video recently about that, how to improve, that was primarily on the gut and the tight junctions within the gut. But, it does affect through all these, because basically if you think about it, from the mouth to the anus, it's like it's the outside of your body. And all these areas of these tight junctions need to be properly and function properly. And the two things that actually work on that level are taurine. And when we say taurine, we're talking about animal foods, because that's the source. And, but obviously, there are issues in the food supply. As I said earlier, the food supply isn't what it used to be. We don't kill things fresh and eat them fresh with a lot of taurine. We kill them and hang all these things, and we lose a lot of the fluids, so we lose a lot of the taurine. It's the nature of the modern food supply. And then overcook things and lose even more. So yeah, so obviously supplemental is more of a necessity nowadays with our food supply. On the days that I get my snap frozen seafood that I know will have good levels of taurine, I don't supplement at all. So it depends on what I'm eating and the source of my animal foods. Lukey's here.
Oh.
G'day, mate. I don't know whether you want to come on, Bart, or not, but I think your computer's had the shit from what I hear. That's why you can stay in the comment area and just poke fun at us. You actually made a comment about, he wanted to see my beautiful face, my cute, beautiful face, and then he'll want you to get naked. It's not going to happen.
No, not happening. And I just opened the chat window.
It's not going to happen, Mr. K.
And that's not. Someone fix this man's
Yes, it
computer.
will.
Otherwise, he's going to keep saying inappropriate stuff in the chat.
Yes, it will, mate. Yes, it will. Taurine will help your kidneys. My father had kidney issues and had a whole lot of polyps and stuff like that, and shrinkage in his kidneys. His kidneys have now grown and the polyps have gone away. So his kidneys are much better functioning now. So, yes. And also the management of your electrolytes, your management of uric acid, and your management of general filtration will improve with taurine. Taurine also breaks down the fibrotic tissue in the kidneys that can be caused by a number of things, including oxalates. So, yeah, very important that we use taurine to break down fibrotic tissue and also help with when you break down that and turn over that fibrotic tissue, you can actually support new stem cell within that tissue, and taurine actually helps that as well, modulates it. So really, really good. Well, that was the thing that I was worried with Dad, with cancer in the kidneys, so because he used to have all these green vegetables in the past, and now he's sort of reduced those. Oh, you're still wrestling with the machine. Okay, fair enough. Shit happens. Yes, it will, Pat. Yes. G'day, mate. How's it going, Jin? Good to see you, mate.
Looking good, Jim.
Yeah, he's pretty good. He's pretty good. He's been doing a few of the biohacks that I've been talking about as well. So, and I think he's been sending some of that information back to his friends in South Korea, because I've noticed that some of my Korean subscribers have gone up.
Harry, I have to say, that's like it's been a gold mine recently, especially after I stepped on the scale earlier this week and I was able to confirm my progress, and I'm like, this is amazing. That man single-handedly made my muscle building progress increase.
Exactly. Look, I know a number of people, because of the look. It's not like a blunt myostatin inhibitor. Taurine isn't like that. It's a regulator throughout the whole body. Like it won't actually suppress cortisol to the bottom. It'll just regulate it back to normal physiological levels. It's a homeostatic regulator. It's been like that in terms of fluid pressure dynamics within cells for the last millions and millions of years of early eukaryotic cells. So it's been around for the existence of life on this planet. So it's a molecule that really is tied with good, healthy cellular function and life. But we have taurine here. Auntie Pim is feeding it to me. Oh, God. He gets all this service. She cooks for him. She feeds him. Basically, freaking hell. It's like a little baby over there. God, I got the wrong woman. And yeah, where were we? G'day, Necro Kitty. And oh yeah, that was in regards to the previous comment that you guys were talking about. Okay, I'm losing track. Harry, do you think there would be synergistic coupling differences, senolytics like fisetin, quercetin, for example? I've used quercetin in the past, but quercetin doesn't seem, it doesn't get amplified. I don't know why, but I haven't actually found good research on what modulates it. So I am still investigating quercetin. Quercetin isn't as powerful a senolytic as fisetin. Fisetin is way more powerful. And now that I've been able to work this new combination between taurine, melatonin, and fisetin in the evening to amplify the thing multiple folds, we're talking about 860%. So we're talking about going from having a senolytic that does one thing and then supercharging it to knock off senescent and cancer cells. So that's what the recent videos were all about from that recent research. I have to thank you. You've been on my Zoom sessions. You know, Paul from that is down here from the south of Tasmania. Well, he was the one that actually got me onto this thinking, because he went, yeah, well, he actually said, I've been taking, he said, he couldn't be bothered taking it in the daytime. He decided to take it in the evening. It was more convenient for him, but he noticed he was getting drowsy. And I'm going, that's weird. So it seems there are interactions between the fisetin, the taurine, and the melatonin. And I'm going, I need to investigate this. So I started going away and doing, because he was doing all his fisetin in the evening as well. So I started going and trying to find all understanding. I knew that cortisol comes down. I know that GABA A will can actually be increased by taurine, which basically increases through the pituitary gland, actually magnifies the melatonin increase. So through that pathway, and I'm going, so I was aware of that. I'm going, okay. So is there, and then I looked through, I only found one study, and it showed quite clearly that fisetin was being amplified through melatonin. Now, they could see the pathways and all that, but I'm still interested, what are the compounds being interacted within fisetin, which would be interesting. So obviously they need to do more research. So I don't really know what compounds, because, you know, is it the whole of fisetin as a compound, or is it some subfraction of it, or can it be some other stuff? So yeah. The other thing with quercetin, could that also be amplified as well? Could the two synergistically actually even amplify? I don't know. One thing that I would not take in the evening is EGCG, which is, you know, the stuff that you get in green tea. I would not. That's another thing I should have mentioned in the video, which I forgot about. Do not take green tea in the evening. Do not take tea at all. Take all your tea, throw it in the bin. Or have it in the daytime when you're not having all this other stuff. The reason is CG, which is in these sort of teas, it actually, a lot of people don't realize is it actually increases senescent cells. Remember that video, the early video that I made on fisetin? I actually showed that it actually increased senescent cells in the study. It actually does the complete opposite. It actually increases damaged cells in the body. It seemed, I don't know whether it's interacting with senescent cells and amplifying the cytokine effect. It may be. I'm not sure, you know, how it actually is interacting, because the study didn't really go, it mentioned it, but I didn't go away and actually research it. I was going to, but I just, with a whole lot of other stuff, I was just saying, well, it increases senescent cells, don't bother. Keep it out of your system. So that's basically what I was saying to people. But I would really like to go and do a biochemical sort of analysis of what compounds are actually interacting with which biological pathways to cause this senescent effect. I think this is a hypothesis out of, you know, just a brain fart on my part, which may be completely wrong. It's not the first time I'm wrong. But I think that it may be that it has some interaction and amplifying, and you know, the energy production, you know, your NAD. And I'm going, maybe this is interacting with SIRT1 in some way, or with the PARPs, and I'm not really sure exactly which two and how. And it potentially is creating, you know, through the salvage pathway. And I'm going, maybe that's where the interaction is happening, but I still need to do a bit of research on it to work out exactly what it's doing. Because I think, because it's very popular out there, this green tea stuff and all that. And I think a lot of people don't realize they're actually damaging their body by taking it, especially if you're supplementing very high doses.
No, it's terrible, especially because of the fluoride content as well. It's a goitrogen.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. Exactly. It is. It is. So that's that. Yeah, that's the other side of the coin as well. So yeah, it's a bit like all the other crap out there. I just don't understand how this stuff ever actually became a health food. These plant compounds. Most of them are actually poison.
Yes.
So
Like I always tell people, they sometimes when they know what I eat, they are like, but don't you still have something like tea or juice of some kind? I'm like, the only thing I have is like some yerba mate, and I only like I only started having it because I researched, and I was like, okay, this seems fine enough for me to have often. But if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have even started drinking it.
yeah.
And that's
I mean,
the only thing, you know.
thanks, Bart. Go Lukey. You got a message from Bart. Go Lukey. But I'll tell you one thing. I mean, coffee obviously is a poison as well. Let's be honest.
Mhm.
But it's a poison that I enjoy, and I do have
Yes.
genetics that actually can clear it at 4 times faster. It's probably because Mediterranean, Middle Eastern coffee consumers for thousands of years. We can clear it out of our system, detox it very fast at a 4 times the rate. So I've got those coffee genes, caffeine genes, and the high clearance rate. So that means that's why I don't get a buzz or anything. I just like the taste. I don't know why I even like the taste. Maybe because I've been drinking it for so long from a young age in my family as well. Greek coffee and stuff like that, and I just got used to it, and it's sort of just become a habit and something that I enjoy having. It doesn't even give me a buzz or anything. So so it's strange how I've sort of stuck to it. I still have this sort of dependency, psychological. I have stopped it for a couple of days. I know I don't have like a physical dependency, like a drug or something like that. I can stay off it for days upon end. But I just have a strong mental association. It's like when you eat certain things or do certain things, you know, you feel happy. You don't even know why you feel happy because it's associated with some nice event when you were younger or whatever. And it's just, and I sort of feel when I have that, I go, oh, I just have that really nice feel. It's not even, doesn't actually, it's not a booster where other people say, oh, it's giving me all this energy. No, actually, it relaxes me. It's more, and I think it's a psychological effect than anything else. It's sort of like, oh yeah, bit of a relax. It's more, rather than being a stimulant for me, it's like a relaxer, mental relaxer. So it doesn't. So it's an association. It's a mental thing that I've got. It's a habit and created some mental connection. Whatever. It's definitely nothing to do with anything else. Most of this stuff, plants we don't need. I mean, people just use them medicinally, the shamans and stuff like that, and Chinese medicine and other herbal stuff. I know some of the herbal sort of the old ladies in Greece, in the mountains in particular, had all these herbal remedies for all these different ailments and stuff like that. And that's what they were used. That's what really plants are. They are, hermetic stressors and also compounds that can affect certain pathways in certain ways, which anecdotally they showed a benefit, and people just associated those things and then started using them as that through that associated sort of stuff. Better say thank you to Deborah. Thank you, Deborah. Oops. Some reason it hasn't even come through. Oh, now it has. Takes time to basically with the 22-year-old. Thank you, Deborah, for the donation. Being 22-year-old, worried about losing his hair as dad went bald. Look, same here in my family. We have a lot of baldness as well. He still has a good head of hair. But what should be taking? He does eat some carbs. Bad boy. But red meat every day. Little to no veg and fruit. Good. At least he's not taking any of those mitochondrial damaging things like fruit. And I would say that MSM, which is a sulfur amino acid, MSM, and taurine would be good things to put in the diet in that regard. And also eat more eggs. The biotin and stuff like that will enhance. There's also selenium to support the thyroid. So selenium, iodine in eggs. and and you've got the biotin, so you've got a whole lot. It's a superfood basically, and a good protein source. Whole eggs, that is, obviously. The white parts have got actually low utilization on their own. It's a synergy with the yolk that increases their utilization from very low. It actually drops even below into the powders, the plant powders. The egg whites will actually drop down to utilization 17% or even less, like the vegan powders. And the moment you actually combine it with the yolk, it actually pushes right up to about 49, 48, depending on the source of the egg. Makes a big difference in the quality of protein. So when you combine it, those synergies. But yeah, that's what I would sort of get in there, because it really, at the end of the day, it's protein and nutrients that are going to support and obviously getting the sun, which is good vitamin D levels, is highly associated with a lot of diseases which are related to, sort of any autoimmune type things. But a species appropriate diet, and taurine also seems to provide assistance, because it does help with your immune system and also protecting the immune components like the T cells and B cells and all that from senescence. That's the other really important little role, that the antioxidant role that taurine plays. So animal foods furnish this material, especially when they are freshly slaughtered or freshly caught, like fish, will give you these sort of elements. So yeah, that's about it in terms of nutrition. It's really, and trying to keep as much out of the nasties out of the diet, which seem to drive these conditions. I look at my cousin Harry. He's been balding and balding more and more as it goes along. He's got this big, like, Friar Tuck type in the back, and it'll just increase as the more carbs and crap that he eats. And his father's no different. He's balded Dad's younger brother. And Dad had a lot of alopecia recently in the last decade, and it has reduced by about half, but he still has some still left. And so that's why I've recently sort of upped his taurine levels, and I've made a few changes to try and actually improve. I know it's much harder at somebody at 87, when it's going to take longer to turn things over than somebody that's younger. At 22, way younger. You provide good nutrition, you're going to end up with a really good set of hair on that boy. Likewise, thank you for the gift. Now, need to find my sport. Also, a reason to coupling. I usually use cream, Visiden for fat to be. Yep. Just for absorption. Yep, that's basically it. Was thinking to couple it with MCT oil. Is it a bad idea? Yeah, that'll work as well. It should technically work in that regard. But some people can actually get irritation from MCTs. They can basically also get. There are rare genetics that actually can magnify allergic effects and allergies in some people. High MCTs. It's a reason why I don't recommend them. For most people, I usually just say, well, just get the animal fats, tallow, butter, that sort of stuff. I'd rather use that. What I use cream. I basically will have my Visiden with cream and my taurine, and sort of amplify all those effects. The only difference is I'm doing it now at night. That's the thing to amplify due to the recent research. So, 860% amplification. Bloody hell. Now that is biohacking. That is putting it on steroids. So, yeah, I was quite, and that's actually to killing a specific, knocking off a specific strain of melanoma cancer cells. So it was actually able to increase the actual knocking them off by 860%. That's, so that's pretty high. Even if I get half that for my regular cells, senescent cells, I'll take that as well. So yeah, I need to correct myself in that regard. Yes, it is in regards to those cancer cells that it actually, but and for people that do have cancer, obviously it's going to be like an absolute punch, massive punch. And taurine also, is a chemoprotective thing. I did that I explained that in my earlier videos on cancer, the first one in that regard, just in case people to take that path. Personally, I would take other options, but I can't tell what people to do. They still need to take medical advice from a physician and then make decisions like big boys and girls that they are. So I can just give you the information of what I would do in my personal opinion. I've given you a lot of information in that regard. I still probably need to do the Laszlo Boris information in terms of deuterium water and stuff like that, do a separate video on that. So yeah, that's coming. So we'll
yeah, that's like most anticipated content of the year, probably.
Okay, yeah. So that's the other one that I need to do. The other one about the gut sort of modulation by taurine. I need to basically get that out as well. I have cut that down because it was going to be, I realized it was going to be about 3.5 hours, and I'm going, oh God, 3.5 hour video. Who's going to watch it? So that's why I did all these recent ones, these little ones, like the one with the gut, the sort of gut barrier and all that. So I've cut that out, and so that's not going to be part of, because I've already made a video. So I'm trying to break it down so I can do the one video, and then I've got all these other ones where I can just go, okay, here's the main one, here's all the attachments for the other points, the other elements that it has an effect, and you can watch all these after you've watched this. So hopefully I can bring it under an hour. That's the aim. To bring it under an hour, so we can, yes. It's not always easy when you're going through these studies. Yeah.
Who needs to go to the cinema when you can watch a hairy video?
But look, that will actually clear up a lot of things for a lot of people and understand, because the reason why a lot of people in the keto community still have mast cell activation, still have histamine problems and all that, is because they're not getting enough meat. Not getting enough meat means you're not getting enough taurine, and taurine is the juice, the secret juice that actually fixes and actually suppresses histamines. That's the problem, That's, it will be explained in the video that's coming. So, everybody's, and also what are the two big things that everybody complains on a keto diet? Histamines.
Yep.
And the other, electrolytes.
Electrolytes, okay, yeah.
And what does taurine do? Fixes both of the bloody problems. Eat your fucking meat, as I say to those low carb twats. The biggest problem in the low carb community, this fear of mTOR, this exaggerated lunacy about mTOR, and is just ridiculous. How are you going to get? Look, if you look at the muscle protein synthesis video that I did on, which had to do with the leucine one.
Leucine, yes.
Even in this fasted state, you were actually getting muscle protein synthesis.
Precisely.
You were still getting a small amount of signaling of IGF-1, of insulin, because they go in lockstep, because they were in 3.5 billion years ago, they were the same thing.
The same, yes.
Insulin, IGF-1 were the one thing in themselves. IGF-1 drives mTOR. So if you've got a slight signaling of IGF-1 and all that, you're going to have a slight signaling of mTOR. Because glucagon counteracts these anabolic pathways. And that's why in an insulin to glucagon ratio of 1.3, which is when you're eating a steak, having a potato only 4 to 1, and still you're in a low taurine state. What do you think you're going to be at 1.3 to 1? You're going to be in a low taurine state. You don't need a lot of taurine for muscle protein. Sorry, mTOR for muscle protein synthesis.
Mm-hmm.
You can still get it even in a fasted state. Small signaling. The over amplification that actually happens is because of the Randall cycle.
Yes.
As you push up the excess energy, you're amplifying those growth pathways.
Yeah. And needlessly.
Needlessly, exactly. And this is the problem. All the research that's done out there is on mixed diets. That is why, and then they go, oh, it's the meat. Obviously, when you take away the meat and you've only got the veggies, you're on a
Yes.
vegan diet. You're disengaging the Randall cycle. Disengaging the Randall cycle means you're eliminating the problem. But it's not the meat that was the problem. It's the mixing that amplifies the Randall cycle, amplifies the growth pathways.
It's like it's such nonsense, and people still peddle this. Oh, for longevity, you
But you
can't
know why?
activate.
They think in a reductionist way. They can't
Yes.
get their head to think about complex interactions of biophysical systems. And unless you understand that our bodies are biophysical systems, there is biochemistry together with quantum physical things, interactions that are happening. And unless you understand this, and then there are complicated pathways that are interacting between themselves, you don't get the message. You think they go through this single pathway and they go, oh, and then they make a conclusion. How do I support that? No, that is interacting with a whole lot of other things, and it's going to be at a different state of affairs depending on what it's interacting with. It's not something static on its own. They think in this static reductionist way, it's an easy way to learn things, biological pathway. Even I've learned, but I don't stick to fixating myself on those. I realize that there is a complex interaction that is happening, and you need to get your mindset away from that whole thinking. But as I said, look, yeah. What's wrong with butter? Harut. Nothing good with butter. You can lather yourself as well. Give yourself good, nice soft skin because of the retinol in it. Elizabeth, how are you? Hi, Harry. It's in the most recent Bart video about Lane Norton. Ah, yes, our greatest, our most enjoyable, one of our most enjoyable crackpots. Yes. He said that he was it was not a good idea to eat 2 grams of protein per body mass. He's an idiot. Is there any reason? Is there something bad? I ate more than 2 grams. So do I.
I'm getting to 3.
The Bushmen of the Kalahari consume 3.92 grams per kilo, but that's average. They even do more than that, over 4. And they are basically lean as, you've seen them out there in no man's land. They are lean as, very muscular, very strong hunters. And at the same time, these Bushmen, which is very important, don't have any of these health problems. It's only now that they've been forced off their ancestral lands into shanty towns that things have gone to hell in a handbasket. But that's a different situation. That's because they're now can't get their own food and illegally sometimes going into hunting grounds and being caught and being put in jail and fed kibble. It's just ridiculous what's happening in these countries. And they were the main predator. And now a lot of these so-called national parks are sort of falling apart. They were maintaining this sort of relationship with the wildlife in that environment. I mean, these guys were studied a number of decades ago before they had all these restrictions by the modern world and a number of global organizations that said to these countries, you create these national parks, kick all the humans off, the tribal people off these things, and we will basically give you debt relief. None of these countries really got debt relief. All it was is they got money. Their elites basically just send it to European banks, and their people are just as impoverished. But now all these tribal people are off their land, have lost their land. That's all that happened, really. But, when Cordain had actually gone and done research on them, he actually found that they were consuming 3.92, on average. His research wasn't, on the fat content, a few other things. We had, me and Bart, because I did a chat with Bart ages ago, we weren't really happy with that sort of stuff. And obviously there's the copyright issue, so we couldn't show it on screen. But tribal people do consume quite a bit. The Inuit can also have been found to consume at 3+ grams as well. They consume a lot. They also consume a lot of theirs as raw meat as well. They'll cut it, and also they will use like little containers to get all their the fluids. That's why they get a lot of taurine in their diet. They get quite a lot. It also probably is one issue why they've got very low blood pressure levels. They've never had, they're one of the populations. Again, the taurine actually does bring blood pressure down. So it's really interesting. These are sort of associations. Obviously, we never did clinical studies with the Inuit, but these are observational, naturalistic observations that are very interesting. And we do notice it in some research that when we do on humans, blood pressure does come down. So it doesn't surprise me that they were noticing these natural observation. They, pretty much unconfounded in most of these studies. Whenever you look at a study, it always fulfills the Bradford Hill criteria. The higher the taurine, the lower the better regulated the blood pressure is. So, and there's never been a study to show that the opposite is happening. So it does fulfill in many regards the Bradford Hill criteria in terms of epidemiology and naturalistic observations. So it's quite interesting. I wouldn't. Lane is a fucking crackpot. He's an idiot. He has no idea. Obviously, we don't want people eating, extremely lean meat like rabbit food. Obviously, you want the, I usually recommend people, try and get a sort of at least, half a gram to 1 gram, and then they can always put a bit of butter in and other things like that. It's always hard because you go to not everybody's got a butcher where they can say keep the fat on. They'll go to a supermarket where they trim everything off to like mad. And so you're forced to basically then go for butter like that to try and get some of the fat content, which is annoying. But it is what it is. I'm currently in the food supply, all these things. Very bloody annoying. What's Bart saying? The context of protein comment as if the protein eaten at the expense of fat. Oh, was it? Oh, actually. Oh, okay. So he's actually. Okay. Yeah. Oh, look, yeah, okay. In terms of that sort of situation with, I'm a bit behind on the videos, in that regard. Yeah, maybe it is in that regard that Elizabeth is Spanish is a first language, not English. So sometimes I've had cases where I've actually had to ask her again on some things. That's okay. It doesn't really matter. But pretty much, fat and protein of animals are not going to do you any problems. The insulin to glucagon is going to be low. As long as you're not putting any carbs in there, you're good to go. Most people, look at anyone that's actually just eating meat, just ruminant meat every day. They've just basically got really good body composition. So, and I notice myself, my biggest problem is, there's sort of like with Bart, is the certain things that I drink that I shouldn't drink. Even yesterday was basically we topped half a bottle of gin. So that was a nice Japanese gin, quite expensive, $70 a pop. So it's expensive gin.
Oh God.
So, but it was nice. I drank quite a bit. I came back and I actually fell asleep on the couch. I overslept, like my midday thing. I got up and then I did those videos and I was a bit drowsy.
You enjoyed yourself, Harry.
So I probably still had a bit of alcohol in my system when I was basically doing those videos. So I'm surprised they came out all okay.
Good detox capacity, I guess.
Yeah, I do have that. The same pathway that actually works for the coffee actually works for the alcohol as well.
Oh, okay.
But I usually, when I come back, when I've actually had alcohol, I usually take about choline, and I take also 2 B complex. I've got the B complex. That's the only reason for my cheat days, my alcohol cheat days. That's pretty much what it is. Yes, my science is good. My sort of application to these things isn't always good. I can be a bad boy, but that's my business. What I do, what you do, I'm just providing you the information. How you apply it is your business. What's your take on supplementing low dose idea? Maybe the helps. Which type of supplements are we talking about? Spins?
Iodine.
That's
Lugos solution.
Oh, Lugos. Okay, iodine. I've got no problems with iodine as long as people are getting enough selenium to balance the iodine. That's the key thing. So the only issue why iodine can become a problem in people is when they've got very low intake of selenium. That's the only research that I've ever been able to find. You put the selenium in, you fix the problem. Selenium-rich foods are things like eggs and seafood have selenium in them. Meat does as well, but not to the same level in that regard. But if you're doing that sort of stuff, make sure you're getting enough selenium to balance things out. I did a video on the fish, and they're the best fish that have got very low mercury and very high selenium. It is a chelator of heavy metals, selenium as well. So it does play a role. So you can actually get a really good ratio. The lower the ratio in that video, if you Google my name and mercury, you'll find that video, and it'll actually show you all the crustaceans and seafood and their selenium levels, and you can actually play around with that sort of stuff and look at what incorporating into your diet to get better effects. Just call it iodine. I don't know all these basically brand names and all these other products and all that. God almighty, everybody thinks I know every product in the business. Yeah, my old man was in retail years ago, but God, that's a long time ago. Not up to date. G'day, NACST. Checking in, just had my post-workout meal. Lamb chops. Oh, I love lamb chops. Oh, absolutely. Yesterday I actually had a big juicy steak, which was a thick steak like that. So it was one of those thick steaks, and then basically they're a bit pricey, but they are very enjoyable. And on top of that, quite a few pork rashers. I love pork rashers because they're just fat, just heaps of fat, in them.
God.
And I had about 4. I think I had 4. I pigged out on pork rashers. Yeah, but I really did enjoy them. And even though I had a big steak like that, I had a big, basically juicy steak, and then I had 4 rashers, and I'm going. And then I noticed, because my brother had actually had the others, and he was sort of eyeing them, and I go, okay, I better not take them. That would be very disrespectful, And I'd get the filthiest look. Haven't you had enough? So I held off. I controlled myself. But if he had said you could have them, basically they'd be on my plate within seconds.
I can imagine.
For eggs, a melted brie topped off. I love melted brie. I've actually done something like that, where I actually put on some stuff. I did a poached type egg, which I busted, and then I melted some sort of brie and just put it all over. Oh yeah, it was it was decadent, absolutely decadent. Egg, brie, and I had it wasn't. It was a steak with a boneless steak basically. So it was just really, really nice. And I just made sure that I was cutting into it so I'd get a bit of everything. It was sort of like, it was a really nice combo.
Oh, nice.
No, that's actually nice. Some people have enjoy good flavors, good food combinations of animal foods. Good stuff. Next, off with a nice big glass of chilled raw milk. Oh, sounds bloody good.
Yeah, just wash it down,
Oh yes, exactly. I have to say, milk sometimes, especially now that it's we're in the summer and it's on a warm day, I sometimes have like a cold glass of milk and I'll throw a bit of ice in it and I'll just
it's delicious. I love cold milk.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I like cold milk. Actually, I enjoy cold milk even more than warm milk.
Yeah, I know that for myself, that's for sure. Enjoy it so much.
Yeah, thanks, Nax. That you enjoy the content of this. Yep. Do check out some of the other stuff, some of my other featured channels. We also need to get Pim's. She's got the diabetes channel as well. People need to get, if they haven't subscribed, please subscribe to Pim. She's a really great lady and she's really got some good content. And many of you guys, I suspect, have got family members. Let me just put it on the screen because I think Pim doesn't get enough recognition. Just give me a chance. I'll just go to my share my screen. What is it doing? Come on.
Amateur hour.
Yeah, it is amateur hour, but
I just had to say it.
It's just weird because sometimes when I actually press the arrows and then my browser goes, when I actually click on the thing, it's actually going, should I go with a browser or should I go with a click that you've actually done?
Yeah.
And it's so I sort of did it to myself in a sense. Oh, anyway. As I said, amateur hour, get over it, get used to it. So the featured ones are here. This is the one. It's called Smart Diabetics Academy. So go and subscribe there, and all the other ones. Jared up in Canada has been doing a lot of stuff, with the protests for the C-19. And all the Trudeau crap that's been happening up there. Give him your support. Watch his videos. It's got a lot of with the truckers and many other people that have been protesting and doing stuff like that. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed to Jared. Watch his videos. Share them around so people can see that these truckers are good, decent people that are being misrepresented and treated poorly, and they just want to basically have the freedom to live their lives like they used to without being told by governments what they can put in their body and how they can be treated and how they can live their lives. It's just unacceptable. So that's that one there. Then you've got Smart Diabetics. There's also another channel that hasn't been monetized yet. It's called It's Round Like, that Bart's created. It's against, it's sort of the anti-science, like flat earth and crap like that, that people promote out there. So that's a really good science channel. If you've got young kids that could be susceptible to bullshit, it's a good channel to make sure that they subscribe and you subscribe to. If you've got relatives, the Smart Diabetics Academy, the one that Pim is running, you could basically put those links in your social media. Now they've got the actual the scissors, so you can scissor part of her videos, put them on your social media sort of stuff, so people can actually see that there is somebody there that's got competency in dealing with diabetes. There's a lot of people with diabetes, a lot of people with pre-diabetes in around the world, family members that a lot of people have. Get them to contact Pim. She also deals with addictions. She's really good at that as well, and she does consultancy. So people should basically try and support that. And there's a couple of other channels here that I actually support as well through here. Mary Ruddock as well. I'm a co-host, Lukey as well. We're just hoping that he can put a bit more material on there on his channel.
Coming soon.
Then there's also Sarah over here. She hasn't got to 1,000. Busy Superhuman. She's the lady that I said earlier that she knows the guys from it's Silver something. It's a company that actually has supplements, really high quality ones.
Oh, okay.
So she's a good source of that information. She's a friend of Bart's.
Interesting.
She's a lovely lady. So give her get her over 1,000. She's 873. She needs a bit of help to get over 1,000. Click on these guys. And this one here, Harry Serpanos Clips, is one of my subscribers who's doing a whole lot of clips for me, like cutting different little things, clippets out. So I've given him authorization, and I get notifications continuously about copyright infringements, but I just ignore them, obviously, because I've given him authorization. He approached me and said, I'd like to promote your stuff. So he does a lot of work putting these little clips. So he's going through my live streams and clipping out little pieces of my live streams, which means that you guys can go there and actually look at stuff that I've actually talked about, rather than having to search all my live streams to find the stuff. So don't know why the feed is so slow today.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
You were actually breaking up a bit for me.
So I think he just did he just do that? No, that's an evening one.
Yeah.
So so he's done there's a whole lot of there's a short one that he's actually done. Because I've got one that's short that Llama did for me, the guy that actually comes on. He's done me one. He's doing some other videos as well, and it has a lot of things here like vitamin C and gallstones and grandma won't eat meat and all these things about PUFA and this. So it's got all these little clippets which are a couple of minutes and stuff like that about Sinclair, about low deuterium, about a whole lot of different things, eczema, grain affects, the teeth of Swiss people. So he's taken clips out of all my live streams and stuff like that primarily, and he's put them up, little clips that basically people can share very easily. Something that I intended to do, but I never got around doing it. I mean, nowadays people can still basically, he's doing like an organized clip thing. Other people can use the scissors to grab little bits and put it on their social media. Either way, it promotes me. It promotes the channel and gets the information out. And at the end of the day, we do want to get the information out because that's the most important to improve people's health.
Yep.
Out there. So basically just go through the featured stuff and please subscribe to those channels, the featured channels. And let's try and bring both Sarah and Pim's channels way over the 1,000 mark. It's not difficult, guys. It's not difficult. It only takes a click.
It's not
one simple click.
Yes, exactly.
A lot of we put a lot of hours. I mean, to making all this content and supporting people and doing a lot of things. There's really we do need to be supported. No, I haven't actually looked into it HD at all. I haven't got around doing it. I haven't actually even got into looking at it, whether it's actually got any other synergistics with other things. There's the other thing about Fisetin and quercetin as well, combo with melatonin. So it's stuff that I'm going to look into. I haven't actually looked into, and sort of and see how they're actually interacting and what sort of pathways are actually interacting via and what they're amplifying in the body, because we need to make sure that, because sometimes things can amplify certain pathways that can actually have positive effects, but also can derange other pathways for, and then that could be corrected by adding something in that corrects that potential derangement. So we just have to be a bit on the careful how we do things, because it's very easy to get things slightly a bit off kilter, and then So I'm always looking at potential side effect with different things. I got myself caught out with a number of things, in particular boron, but even though it wasn't, the person wasn't following my recommendations anyway, but still, had I basically covered that point clearly, that it can accentuate at higher doses potassium and magnesium deficiency, That, yeah. But I think at the same time, if you get enough taurine in, it may mitigate that, but I don't know. I'm not going to claim
Sure.
that. I'm not going to claim that, because at the end of the day, we can't make claims without proper research to back us up. You know, people can try it and see what they get. But one thing that I do know is when you basically take taurine, your body tends to regulate your electrolytes much better, and also keep potassium and magnesium inside the cell. You have less potassium magnesium
Yes.
loss from the cell. As a consequence of that, you have better electrolyte balance, but also you have better energy production inside because of magnesium ATP, and better functioning of in terms of the pressure, the actual pressure inside the cell itself. And that's the most ancient thing that taurine did. Its original role in the early cells on the planet was to basically control their pressure. That was the first thing. I mean, now it's become a bit of a Swiss Army knife for many things.
Sure.
As a homeostatic osmolyte, but a homeostatic system, because it actually it creates homeostatic. It brings things back to the normal ranges in all these different things. You know, it has a mild calcium blocking effect to bring down to moderate, and also can reduce to more normal levels calcium in the brain. It prevents calcium from building up in the brain and being excitatory. So it has all these little regulating things. It can actually normalize calcium even in the in basically the heart, which means the heart doesn't beat as powerful if there's too little, or if there's or too much other issues that can be created, derangements. And also, why it normalizes arrhythmias. It normalizes these strong heart. It does all these sort of things. It's not surprising. Obviously, different doses and other things that you're doing can still derange. If you do other really naughty things, you can still push things a bit too far outside the ability of taurine to regulate those things. But in general, if you're just having a clean diet plus taurine, things should all really work pretty well, and you eliminate a lot of the issues. So, okay, where's making some low carb creamy brulees? Sounds good, mate. Sounds good.
He's been posting like some really interesting recipes on Bart's server.
Has he?
It's insane.
Okay.
Like he posts like bulletproof coffees, like sauce recipes, like a bunch of things, bunch of different things.
Okay. I need to go and check them out then, because I'm a bit of a foodie, so I definitely will. I'll be checking some of your stuff out. Wes,
like really top-notch stuff. Like it makes me drool sometimes just by reading it.
You're making me hungry already. Good to hear. Does living in cold climate give an appreciable level of activation of cold shock proteins for longevity benefits? Yeah, sort of can have that benefit, but people still in the tropics can live very long lives as well. It's a bit more than, I mean, all these little things, hermetic stresses have there's a lot of associated stuff with these things. As Bart would say, we don't have any lock-in studies over, whole lifetime of people. Couldn't get it past an ethics committee. Unless you basically were running a Nazi regime, then you probably could. Oh, they are up in Canada. Trudeau, I forgot. Well, ask Trudeau. He could probably run a lifetime experiment on his population, lock them in, throw away the key. I'll be banned in Canada soon. I won't be surprised. Yeah, there you go. What a misanthropist that guy is. God. Somebody needs to.
Ridiculous.
Oh, Bart's back. Okay, what is he asking? On a replacement with Discord. Oh yeah. What's happening with that one?
So changes in the terms of service, and they're saying that they will ban communities on the grounds of misinformation, especially about Java components and things of the sort. But the way
Okay.
the thing was worded, it
Oh,
can be used to
it's
make.
around the C19 stuff.
Yeah, but it's like it's
The Jabber.
mostly related to that. But the way
Okay.
the changes were worded, even saying that meat is healthy, for example, could already be grounds for being thrown
Oh,
out of the platform. So yeah,
you don't even get a warning. They just shut you down immediately.
yeah. In principle, someone has to come and report us, but
Well, there's
it's
an army of vegans out there that
yeah,
are
exactly.
ready to report you. So let's be honest about this.
Yeah, exactly. Like we can't bet on that aspect. So
Yeah. Okay, I didn't realize that was
yeah,
that bad.
yeah.
I knew
It's
there were issues of censorship, but I didn't realize that they were going like out.
yeah, and
We're going
it's
to take you
coming
out.
in effect. Yeah, it's coming in effect. I think on the 28th of this month. So
Okay, so
we're setting up.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
You guys are 2 weeks out. So
Mhm.
what sort of platform have you found to?
Yes, so we were discussing there is this element platform. It's based on a blockchain like communication matrix,
Okay,
but
interesting.
yeah, it is interesting, but it lacks a lot of features. Like it's not a proper replacement.
Okay.
We could work, like, but
Oh, you
it's
guys have to do a lot of programming and a lot of setup
yeah,
yourselves.
it's
Yeah,
like.
gotcha. Yeah.
And then there's Revolt, which is actually basically aiming to clone Discord, and it's like privacy oriented. It wouldn't be as
Okay.
decentralized as using Element, but
Mhm.
it's got much more features. It's already much more of a proper
Oh, so
replacement.
more established and
Yeah,
with
mhm,
and better supported,
yeah,
and that's
and
called Revolt.
yeah,
Okay, so what's the sort of does that have a big footprint or is it a small footprint currently?
yeah. Small footprint. I think the main issue. I think it's being maintained by a small team of programmers. They're like university students or something.
Okay, so you don't
Yeah.
know whether that could just die at some point
Yeah,
potentially.
I have to say that it's really spiking up in adoption recently because
Okay,
I think most people are going to Revolt after the change after Discord announced the
yeah,
changes and stuff.
exactly, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
but so it's like I've seen like the thought like
Well, let's not forget,
everyone.
Facebook started with a whole lot of university, so
Yeah,
it doesn't mean it's
exactly.
going to die if they
Yeah.
continue if they get a lot of people coming across to the platform, and then they could basically spin off a business of their own. That's
Hmm.
true.
Yeah,
So
and it I have to say it seems interesting.
do they have any advertising or cross advertising model built in to this revolt or not yet?
Apparently, it doesn't seem like it yet, and they are
Okay.
surviving mostly off of donations so far, I
Yeah,
think.
well, that's not going to work. You know
Yeah.
how it is in the real
Hmm.
world. You still need some sort of advertising, some sort of stuff like that.
Exactly.
But yeah,
Yeah.
or some sort of you know how companies have like certain amount of traffic that goes through certain servers. They get a certain little percentage of money because they're pushing traffic through certain servers. So there's like a bit of an income that can happen from that sort of sometimes. So there are depends on the model. But obviously, to build infrastructure and actually, or to even rent space on big data centers, you still basically need a certain level of revenue. You can't rely on just donations. It's not going to happen. Yeah,
Yeah.
so interesting, interesting. So that's the only two platforms currently that are out there.
Yeah, and there are other ones, but they have some potential issues with censorship as well.
Okay,
So I'm not betting on them.
okay. So that are a non-option at the because of the potential. You could go to
Yeah.
something and then censorship goes through the roof, and then
Hmm.
basically you're back where you were. Yeah, gotcha.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. 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 It's becoming really a strange place. I've actually had to find myself actually removing myself from different things and
Hmm.
cutting off and changing my cookies and doing a lot of things where to disconnect because I'm finding my even my inbox on is just filling up with stuff that I don't want there. It's just ridiculous. So So it's becoming a bit of a headache to manage all this this stuff that's it's always going to be a balance between the two, the commercial pressure and the non-commercial needs of other people, so it's never going to be in that regard. I'd have to agree with Spencer on that one.
Exactly.
Because we did originate in those more sunny parts of the planet. He's not a bad doctor, that guy, Bernstein. I've actually have seen some of his stuff.
Yeah. I was like,
I've did see one video of his where he was talking to someone not recently. It was quite a few months back or whatever. I have not heard him talk about selenium. Have you in his protocol?
He actually does talk about selenium, and I think he even mentions that like the only time he noticed, like the only time he could find evidence of damage was in like lacking, was either radioactive iodine or lacking selenium.
Well, a lot of the studies, that's the thing that I remember him seeing in that video. He was talking about the old research on radioactive iodine, how people mixed the whole thing, and the reason why they came to those wrong conclusions. But okay, so in his protocol, actual protocol, he does talk about selenium. That's good.
Yeah,
that's good.
And he also talks about having whole salts, so unrefined salt, to support detox pathways.
Yep, good. Anything else? Any other nutrients that he talks about? Because I haven't looked at the protocol. I've only seen that video.
Yeah, he talks about vitamin C, I think, which I don't really agree with, but
Oh, look, on a kibble diet, you probably do need it, but
exactly.
For the rest
he's
of it,
probably trying to be generally
to the general,
helpful.
Exactly. Any other nutrients that he actually has talked about or not? You haven't heard.
That's how I can remember, like iodine, selenium, the whole salt and the vitamins.
Well, I think I mentioned to you last time, if you look at in the thyroid itself, there are zinc receptors, or a few, but there are shitloads of iodine and selenium receptors inside the actual thyroid gland itself.
Yes, he actually talks about so he talks about he promotes like a specific like whole foods type of diet, so he's actually trying to approach the certain nutrients get it from food, but I think he also talks about B vitamins as well. But
B vitamins are very important as well. But we get B vitamins. We get on a carnivore diet. We get more B vitamins than anyone else. Meat is full of B vitamins, so we've got zero issue to supplement, unless you're doing naughty things like Harry does sometimes by drinking too much alcohol. That's a different thing. You shouldn't do that. Don't follow Harry on everything. You can be a naughty boy.
It's like sometimes I just wanna tell someone about this, but I'm like, wait, I don't want to enable someone's addiction, because I'm just I'm curious, because I wonder what the person would say. Oh my God, you're like a wizard. It really works.
Yeah, look, I don't have a hangover the next day. It just really does work, because you deplete your B vitamins, and also you're also, you detox, especially phase 2. And phase 2 requires choline and taurine. So, and, sulfur amino acids. So you're actually reducing those. So by putting them in after I've had let's say the session, I'm sort of mitigating that. So the next day, because my body's actually has all the nutrients to detox. And so the next day I don't feel as lousy. So that's the only thing. But I remember I was a bit reluctant a couple of years back in the early days to actually tell people exactly, because I didn't want people to basically misuse that information.
Yeah. Oh, it's the same with lactoferrin as well, right? Because people may
Oh
start
yeah,
eating wheat and then they're like, oh, I'm just going to
yeah.
pop some.
I'm gonna get lactoferrin supplements to basically that's the other thing that I've sort of mentioned, and that was in a conversation that I had with Mary, which I brought it up, and I was surprised she was aware of it. Well, wasn't really surprised. I mean, she's a cluey woman, and she basically was aware of it as well. That this binding effect. I sort of learnt it, when I was looking into this was years ago, about not oddish years ago, when the Western Aid Price Foundation, all that, and some of the physical degeneration book by Western A. Price, and looking into the sort of stuff, and then looking into the compounds of raw milk and how they interact in the body, and sort of realize, okay, now it makes sense. These people are fermenting all their meat, all their bread, and all that. These have much lower. This is before hybridization of the Green Revolution. They've got less gluten, and then on top of that, they actually break it down with these procedures, and then on top of that, they combine it with dairy. They only don't have a lot. They don't even eat a lot. And they combine it with dairy, which basically mitigates a lot of the problems. No wonder they didn't really have any severe gut issues or whatever. And then it makes it all sort of gels why it worked then and doesn't work today, because we've changed things. It's like the taurine levels. It's like many other things. By processing foods, or the way we slaughter, the way we hang things and lose fluids and lose taurine, the way we do all these sort of things, a lot of things, glyphosate, which is the sort of has that sort of antibiotic mimicking compound effect, which has been patented as well in the patent office of the US and many other patent offices around the world. So the company itself has patented. I don't need to say it. They say it themselves by issuing a patent in their name. So by looking at all those sort of those sort of, you realize, that sort of work there. They were physically very active. They were in many cases under eating, because unless you were rich, you couldn't afford a lot. And you were very physically active, depleting your glycogen. So you hardly ever engaged a Randall cycle. Even if you did, it would have been for a very small times in the year, with fruit and things like that, more than anything else. So immediately it starts making sense why these things and why they don't work today, and even why even animal foods, if you don't combine certain things that are lost because of the processing of food, can have those sort of negative effects. So you've got to keep that in mind. It's not, we don't live ancestrally, as I've always said. And so we need to, like Bart does earthing and stuff like that. And I do a bit of, occasionally he does more earthing than me. I should probably get onto the earthing as well. I just have neglected that. I was meant to do a video on that as well. So that's, need to get on there. NACST, thanks, mate. Got a duck out here, a donation to buy a slab of taurine, Harry. Oh, thanks, mate. That'll buy me for quite a few weeks of taurine supply. Thank you very much. Thanks for all your brilliant info, mate. It's changing lives. Cheers. You're welcome. Not a problem, mate. That's the whole purpose of the channel, to just try and get some good information out there about animal-based nutrition that can actually change lives. Because really, ultimately, that's what we're talking about here, guys. We're talking about animal nutrition that can change people's lives radically. Not just a bit, radically. And then we can biohack a bit and put back certain things that we've lost as a consequence of the way we design food and we process food and and ship food and maintain food and store food, all these sort of things. Roy, King of Tasmania, Isles, comes out at night. Fun times. Oh, so you don't find me so fun, do you, Tracy? Is that true? You just find Roy, God, you got a fixation on Roy, have you? You bad girl. You bad girl. I should tell your husband he needs to spank you.
Oh my God. Yeah, that Caesar feature can be used against you. Don't forget.
Oh yeah, that's true. You know what somebody's going to do is they're going to clip that.
Yeah. Oh
Uh,
god.
Harry encouraging a husband to spank his wife. I
Yes.
can I can see that.
Oh, god.
Uh, I think it's trying, as if you balance it out with selenium, and it's a short-term protocol.
Yes.
Yeah, that's because you're trying to actually. This is not. I'm going to consume this amount every day. No, Spencer.
Mhm.
This is basically a protocol. It's like mine, where I do high doses of certain things and then bring you down. Like even with boron, 12, 9, 6, 3 milligrams over every single week. First week, second week, third week, fourth week, and then we do it for a couple of months. Same thing with the B vitamins and vitamin D. Rather than the 5,000, 10,000 IUs plus 50 milligrams and below, especially the pantothenic acid, for 3 months. Again, and with a Ruteri put in to support and enough taurine to basically fix the gut microbiome. We do these things. These are biohacks, and you do high doses of specific stuff to get certain type of physiological changes that can be beneficial long term. Doesn't mean you stay on these high dose forever. No, So that's I try to remind people all the time. Listen to my words. I'm talking about not normal physiological levels, but when I talk about protocols, and I actually mentioned certain dosages, I only do a couple of grams of taurine, which is equivalent to what I could get from eating quite a lot of meat. I just amplify that effect. And that's because a lot of it's lost in the way it's prepared. So I would get it in a natural food in the equivalent level. And I actually only go for that brand. I don't go for any other brand, and anybody that's tried other brands and then gone back to that, they've noticed a difference. It's a different quality of product
Yes.
preparation. So I say to people, be very careful what you buy out there. There's a lot of brands. I mean, it's like my niacin. I don't actually buy the commercial stuff out there. None of it. Never have. I just buy one which is pharmaceutically graded, TGA approved in Australia by the Therapeutic Goods Administration, which is the government equivalent of FDA in America. They actually allow a certain company in Australia to produce a certain pharmaceutical grade for doctors to prescribe as niacin. That's the only one I buy, because I know the quality. What it says is exactly, there's no fillers and no other crap. It's exactly the quantity in there. And then I snap it in half to 250 and take 125. So, so you've got to be very careful the sourcing of the, these sort of things. But again, this is a protocol to deal with, because some people can have, a lot of halogens type, and a lot of issues with their, and also heavy metal issues and stuff like that. And with high dose of iodine, combining with the selenide effect of selenium, because it does have this sort of effect in taking out cadmium, manganese, excess mercury and things like that as a selenide. It actually is a cofactor for a special enzyme that basically will latch on and take the stuff out. So that's what you need to do in order to get to clear out. But that's not like these sort of high doses are not to be taken on a daily basis by just the average person. Okay, so we've got to be a bit clear. And that's the other thing, is if you hydrate with fat, low deuterium, you're not going to be putting a lot of water. And I use, for my coffees, spring water, which is 9 parts per million lower in deuterium. The alpine water, that the Evian, which is the from the French Alps, and I basically use that for my coffees. So that doesn't have any halogens in it whatsoever, doesn't have any of those issues. So that's the only type of non-fat hydration that I get. And so that's my source, how I operate in that regard. So yeah, there's different circumstances, and then other people can do other things as well. Now, skin, how much you absorb from the skin can vary from person to person.
Yes.
Quite a bit. So there are some genetics that determine that, and some non-genetic, it seems like dietary things. But this is again observational naturalistic studies that have shown this, and we don't have clinical studies. You can't lock people up and try a whole lot of different compounds on them to see what absorbs and what doesn't. It's just the way it is. The reality. You can do it on rats, but you can't do it on humans. Some of these are experiments anymore. Yes. Unless you bring back the Fourth Reich.
Careful, Harry.
I forgot. Oh, there is one in Canada. I wonder if he would experiment on us.
Right.
I know he is. And if you don't, he'll take away your bank account. He'll charge you and put you in jail and force you to take it, whether you like it or not. He's yes, what a great leader.
He admires that type of stuff, like he said in the past.
Exactly. He actually said that China's got a great model. We should adopt it. The West should adopt it. And I'm going, are you for real?
When I heard that, I was like, wait, this is fake, right?
This is the new dictators of the future, woke dictators. Can it get any worse? At least the old dictators were bad, but they had style. Right. Saddam Hussein, he had style. Kim Il Sung, he uses a tank to blow away his, These guys lock you up and basically talk to you in woke, which is basically a worse. It's sort of a worse. Is the suffering? The level of suffering is worse than death. At least Kim Il Sung took his uncle out and blew him apart. He didn't have to suffer very long.
Exactly, Harry. Oh God.
I think it was a T50. Was it a T55 tank? I think that he used. I can't remember
now. They don't make dictators like they used to.
Oh yeah, exactly. Bloody hell, these woke dictators. I mean, it's just God. They literally have to bore you to death with their nonsense, and then basically hold you down and jab you. I'm gonna jab you. Ah, yes. And it's like a high pitched voice. I'm gonna jab you. Like, oh, fuck's sake! Just shoot me, please. God.
I hope I don't have any weird dreams this night.
Trudeau with a syringe.
It's going to be like
that'll be your nightmare.
Yeah, it's like a gremlin, like a small dwarf with Trudeau's face, and it's like, I'm gonna jab you.
A woke gremlin.
Oh God. Nightmare fuel.
God. Yeah, I know. You gotta laugh. Hey, Wes. Gaddafi was colourful. The clothing, the man had style. The man had style. I mean, no dictator since Gaddafi has ever had style. All the others basically look, even Kim, plain old, like military uniforms. Gaddafi had actually style. I mean, you could actually send him to Milan to basically walk with the actual models. He had style, that guy. What a people, he was fantastic, old Gaddafi. He had style. Leave it at
that. Aesthetic.
Exactly. Well, Harry, is there any need to add salt to a carnivore meal? Do carnivores add it just for taste, or does fatty red meat actually have deficient in salt? It is, which needs to be supplemented. Okay, this is a really, really interesting question.
Yes.
Because it really intersects with antidiuretic hormones and taurine.
Taurine,
So it's
yes.
not actually as now. When you get enough meat, you do get more potassium than sodium from the meat. And tribal people also consume a bit of blood, so they're getting a bit of electrolyte. Got it? And then all these things are regulated by the taurine in the fluids of the animal that we consume. So everything really works really well. We don't live in an ancestral world anymore. So when we get our meat, it's very low in taurine and very low. It doesn't have the level of sodium that's coming in that would get from the blood and all that. Don't fear sodium. If you've got sufficient taurine in your system, it will actually force the dumping of any excess of any electrolyte, and it will actually make sure that the right amount, because it's an osmolyte, that the right amount of osmolytic pressure in the cells and in the actual, your vascular tree, as it's called, veins, capillaries, your arteries, the vascular tree, that the fluids in that are basically properly regulated, and the electrolytes in that are properly regulated. So the right amount of calcium, the right amount of potassium, the right amount of sodium, the right amount of all these different electrolytes is inside the cell and outside, and the differentials are properly maintained. That's the magic of eating enough meat. That's why people on a keto diet have problems with regulating these sort of things. And then when it comes to salt, if you add a bit more, add a bit less, it doesn't really matter that you'll upregulate your antidiuretic hormones as long as you're not drinking a lot of water to flush the stuff out. And you're hydrating with your own body fat or the fat you consume, then the body can regulate these with taurine really well and actually recycle, take it as much back as it needs in terms of all the electrolytes plus uric acid, and it can regulate these very tightly and very easily. It's only when we start deranging things, not getting enough taurine, and and under those sort of things, when you're on a keto diet, then you definitely need more salt just to keep things on the up and up. And that's by creating a pressure gradients between those potassium channels, between the intra and extracellular fluids, as it's called, those, but they can be better regulated with taurine. And better maintained without having that sort of blunt regulation of sort of, pushing against each other, that gradient within these channels. Because when one drops, then the other ones will drop to basically find their homeostatic equalizer. That's when you actually lose more magnesium and potassium inside the cell. So people put more sodium to try and keep that in balance. But if they just put more taurine in it and consume less water, they would basically get that regulation the way it used to happen naturally. You see tribal people, they go out, they don't take water with them. Mary Ruddock walked with them, and she saw these people have got their antidiuretic hormones upregulated. I don't go and urinate much at all because I urinate here and there, and it's very little in comparison where people are urinating all the time. And it's really, and the only time if I have a day where I don't have any coffee, my urination level drops quite a bit. So I notice that the more other fluids, external fluids that I have, it goes up. And I also notice that my requirement for sodium goes slightly down as well. The food is saltier.
Yep.
And when I basically put the fluids back, the external fluids, I notice that I need a bit more because it's diluting and losing a bit in that dilution. So yeah, it's when you're more ancestral, usually these things work pretty well. They're well regulated, and the kidneys actually recycle much better. And the key regulator for kidneys to recycle much better is taurine again, because of the osmotic effect in making sure that the kidneys recycle much more efficiently, much more better. But it's better controlled. Because it is a regulator. It's an ancient regulator of all fluids and all electrolytes and all that. We were born in ocean water. where these electrolytes were. There's a lot of calcium and sodium in water. Cells, different thing. Cells, they tend to be a bit more magnesium, potassium.
Yep.
So, when you have derangements of that relationship, that's when things go to shit. That's what happens to most people on a very low carbohydrate diet, and also on mixed diets or stuff like that. They have derangements, or vegans tend to have very poor, electrolyte issues and a lot of things. They lose a lot of potassium, even though they're having shitloads of potassium foods. Only if they had enough taurine that comes from animal foods to regulate those things properly. And then the requirements, even the RDI requirements, come down. When we're on a carnivore diet, we tend to excrete more of these. It's not accidental. We saw it in tribal people. Why do they excrete more? Is because they are recycling and maintaining much better homeostasis because of the taurine factor. The osmolyte, an ancient osmolyte that we've forgotten about, unfortunately. Most people are completely ignorant when it comes to the osmolytic, effects of taurine. Absolutely. You ask any doctor, they'll just look at you as the dumbfounded. What
exactly?
Did he say something extraterrestrial? We have bloody no idea.
There are like many physicians prescribing magnesium, and I'm like, what do you think that's going to do? That's not going to fix the issue. And they talk about the different forms, the threonate, the sulfate, and it's like, that's not going to do anything.
Yeah, it's a lot of wanking. That's what it is. Basically, as I said, naturopaths basically, all the solutions are basically, let's just give you super vitamins, and all the actual allopathic doctors, let's basically give you a whole lot of contraindicated big pharma medication. So that's basically the two approaches. As if the human body, for millions and millions of years, or thousands of years in terms of Homo sapiens, hasn't known how to actually homeostatically heal itself and sort itself out. I mean, give us a break. You give it what the body needs, it will fix itself. You don't give it what it needs, species inappropriate foods, well, you're going to cause more derangements, and the drugs are just going to stabilize things. That's all they do. And it's again, these crackpots within the keto community, which it seems like every time I look at the keto community, they're becoming more plant-based.
And all those delicious green veggies.
And they're selling more electrolytes like it's going under. The electrolyte business in the low carb keto community in particular, it's a thriving business, I can tell you.
Yep. And it only makes us look even worse, because people are like, see, they need electrolytes. Oh.
Exactly. Yeah. If you only ate bloody meat, you'd sort out the problem. You would be able to regulate. You'd get enough taurine to regulate your electrolytes, and so then you'd actually just put a bit of salt for flavor. And if you and your body would tell you, you're getting enough. I don't need as much, and it would dump it. So that's what would happen. So yeah. Yes, any direct evidence of lactoferrin lectin binding properties that can be cited readily. You'll have to wait for the study, won't you, Wes? You'll have to wait for the study. Like, it's in a folder, and it will happen at some point. Can't give away too many goodies. I still have. I'm not going to promise anything, because sometimes my life may go to hell next week. Some major family tragedy may happen, and I get a phone call and told I need to deal with certain things. So I'm not going to promise anything, but these things are on my list of things to do, and I'm slowly getting through them. I do prioritize certain things, because some people, especially things with cancer hacks and stuff like that, is because there are people that have got intractable health conditions, and I need to really help these people, give them options. Get ready, guys. A financial volcano on the horizon. Yes, exactly. I have a moving business, so dealing with people day to day and seeing what's unfolding is a real time, now more than ever, taking care of you. Yep. Yeah, thanks, Dean. Yeah, exactly. Health is paramount to the coming storm. Yeah, they've stuffed the system up basically. Cheap money, inflated stuff, debased, and stuffed up the energy supply that actually supported that fiat currency. The fiat currency was underpinned by cheap energy. They could mask all the devaluations to the value of the currency as long as they had the productivity due to cheap energy. And then they went away and with their woke stupidity stuffed that up as well. And then they wonder why they're nearly going to push us into stagflation again. Idiots. Yep, we don't even need the Arabs to pull the rug under our feet like they did in the 70s. We're just doing it in a woke style by telling everyone to stop investing in oil and gas. And then all you need is one. We've got supply in the system currently. The war currently isn't causing the problem. It's the future that the markets have realized that, they look at from 2015 onwards that the level of investment directly into fossil fuels has halved. But the alternative energy sources, batteries and other things, hasn't kept up with pace to cover that. And so they realize as they're going out, global energy demand is going up, and the supply of new energy that can actually meet that demand is not keeping up at pace. It's still growing, but not keeping up at pace because of the underinvestment in petrochemicals and stuff like that. And now we've got this big gap, and that gap is stagflation. In particular, when you've been money printing for a very long time. Yeah, pretty much. Yep, that's what it is. And they've really, and I'm not surprised that you're seeing things like that, Dean, that in some areas, in some markets where people are basically starting to, lose their homes and all that, the pressure. And that is a situation where because remember, as an investor, I'm putting my money in to invest I'm putting my money into bonds, and those bonds allow for more money supply. But for me to put that money into bonds, I need to know that in future, they're going to return something to me. If they're not, then I'm not going to buy those bonds. And then the government has difficulty selling them, and so do private individuals. So they have to raise their interest rate, whether they like it or not, to make it more attractive as an income stream for people who buy bonds. As a consequence, guess what happens? Interest rates rise because, they look and they say future growth, future returns because of lower amounts of energy means goods and services are going to be more expensive, means less are going to be produced, less people can afford them, less people are going to buy, consumption is going to be down, profits are going to be down, the returns, even governments are going to have less revenue in terms of taxes. Well, income on those is going to be much lower. Now, if you want my money as an investor, I want a better return as security. Bang, they'll ask for higher interest rates. What does that do? People are basically below water as it is. Once higher interest rates come in their overinflated assets that they've bought, homes and whatever else, now those values come down. They owe more than the value of their property. So that magnifies the effect. People could move on them. If they can't meet repayments, then they could be pushed out because they're delinquent. And it can snowball from there. We've seen it before happen. And this time it could be magnified far more because we've really exacerbated too many, we've pushed the can down the road for too long and allowed this to be magnified to this level. And so not looking good. Exactly, Dean. Not looking good. As I said to people last time, make sure you've got a bit of gold and silver on the side because governments, even though, I'm not against people throwing a few thousand, as long as they realize they could lose that few thousand in crypto, and also that the government could close it down. Already they're talking about in the US and other governments about shutting down crypto. The thing is, obviously, somebody did say to me, well, Harry, they could confiscate gold and silver like they did in the past. That's true. but I can hide that. It's very hard to hide digital stuff and trade. It's a bit easier as long as they don't know. Now they do on social media. Probably not a good idea that I said this.
There we go,
Oh,
Harry.
it's not me. It's Roy. It's Roy that's doing all this. Dear government, he's a bad boy. God, you help other people. See, as they say, no good deed goes unpunished.
Goes unpunished. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So you guys are going to get the benefit. I'm going to get locked up. At least if you can send me a bit of food, when meat-based food, when I'm locked up, that would be appreciated as supporters, since I've helped you. It's on to a steak to crust the fat. Yeah, I love that as well. Yeah. I actually pack it sometimes. I do a New Yorker style. It's one thing that I got from Frankie, where he packs, on both sides, the pepper and salt, the really large chunks of it, and it really gives it a really nice crusty effect. I absolutely love that. And it's sort of, rare or medium rare inside. It's just sometimes, you can't get it exactly the way you want it inside, but that nice crust on the outside. Oh God, that's magic. Yeah, I know what you mean, Tracy. I do know what you mean. As well as the financial distress and emotional psychological stress, we will be around for a long time with the C19 BS. Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, that is the truth. That actually magnified things. It made things worse. We were already in, let's say, uncharted waters, in already difficult times. And economically, I did predict back into quite a few years back that the big crunch would happen in 2025. It could happen earlier. And the reason because that nobody could have predicted the C19 incident. I think that actually really upended things, and they've gone more rapidly into printing money and actually pushing this, magnifying this thing at a time when energy is becoming expensive. Everything's going the wrong way, and it's going much faster than I predicted. So all bets are off at this stage. Things aren't looking good. And I don't know how we're going to get out of this unless we do some massive international agreement and rebalancing of the world economy and our own economies. And I don't think the current political groups are willing to do that and making those changes. They're not willing to basically put higher taxes on the elites. It's not going to happen to rebalance and deal with these. The US had a debt to GDP after the Second World War of 244% of GDP, much higher than today. They were able to bring all that down very quickly with very high top marginal rates that affected basically the people that profited most from the war, who were the rich. So, basically these people pay bugger all tax nowadays, and they just give themselves smaller and smaller tax breaks. Well, if you're in Africa, you may be an entrepreneur, but basically on the side of the street, you need other people to build an economy and a society. So what gives you the right to actually gouge the system far more when you get a lot of benefits? So there's only one pie, and basically these people are getting far too much of it. I'm not against the system, so per se in terms of market, I don't believe government should set pricing. It should be set by a market and market forces and stuff like that. So, but I'm basically, very much of, when it comes to regulating banks, that's the only part of the economy I believe that should be regulated, because otherwise, when it's not regulated, it becomes parasitic and becomes a sort of a parasitic entity within the economy. Normally, when it's regulated, it stays within 10 to 15% of GDP as an entity. Because the whole purpose of banking is, if you're allowed to basically grow exponentially with cheap credit, lines of credit coming in from money printing from the Fed or from any central bank, these entities basically can just grow and just push your asset prices up by flooding cheap credit into the economy. It makes certain people very rich, asset rich, very quickly, and impoverishes and actually crowds out everyone else. That means middle class people and all that are impoverished because they can't afford these things anymore, and become vulnerable to inflationary and interest rate pressures. Back when my father was in the 60s and 70s and in the 50s, a bit earlier than that, in Australia, the top marginal rate in Australia in terms of tax was 67%, and the middle class weren't being crowded out. The middle class had more buying power in the marketplace. The governments could use that revenue to basically provide free education, all that. People say, why to provide free education and health? Well, you know what? A healthy and educated workforce actually is more productive and creates more wealth. So they actually gain there as well. So why shouldn't they pay in taxes to basically support that? Ultimately makes a more competitive economy.
Sure.
And the most competitive economies in that regard are economies that have got scale, that can actually do that have got provide support for education and health. But yeah, God, my throat's dried out. Sorry, guys. Yes, all that sort of stuff. You've procrastinated, have you? Oh, God, I've got now, my throat has been
Whoosh.
yeah, no, it's dried out, and really it's it's been I don't know, sort of, sometimes it becomes sensitive from the anyway.
Changes in weather.
What's that?
Changes in weather, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. It is a much drier day today than what it was yesterday, and I've got the window open. It's been drying the place out. It's good for the actual clothing. They've dried out, but it's not good for when you're talking for quite some time.
Yeah. It's like it's been insanely hot here lately, and I have my fan on like 24/7, but I have it angled a specific way. Otherwise, it starts drying my eyes. It's annoying.
No, I'm not into sort of any of that sort of stuff. I remember listening to something ages ago, but I'm not going to comment. This was basically somebody who deals with rock formation, stuff like that, who's a geologist and stuff like that. But I don't know it. I don't know enough. It's not an area that I've looked into, mate. So,
Harry, you wouldn't happen to know about those? I see some people saying, recommending that stuff, fulvic minerals.
yeah, that's like the colloidal minerals. It's very similar. That's what the ones that I was getting, which are trace minerals.
Okay.
Which are basically from those, which is old trees and stuff like that that are rotten and are just slightly below the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those are the sort of we have that sort of stuff up in King Island. And so there is a trace mineral supplement that was produced from those formations.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, but I when it comes to some of this sort of stuff, look, I have heard that it seems to improve for animals and stuff like that. But I've never really looked into it in any deep way because I'm not my focus has never been in veterinary, and the only stuff that I've looked in terms of animals is more to, for our own arguments in terms of, evolution and
Yep.
and how that's affected the different hominins and stuff like that. But I haven't really looked at ruminant animals beyond some of the general stuff, like the environmental bullshit and stuff like that. So if you do have you do know people that are involved in that, I wouldn't mind actually, it's sort of something that I haven't looked into, but there could be other stuff that could be useful. There's always biohacks that can come from any quarter. That's the reality. Yep. Yeah, me too. A deck. I've basically I listen to my body, and if I need more salt, it's more to taste. I'll put less or that, because sometimes, especially if I've gone out and sweated quite a bit, that's how I lose most of my sodium, and I'll put more on my steaks. Otherwise, if it's in winter, I tend to put less because
Yeah.
I just don't consume as much. But in summer, I tend to consume far more. I tend to have genetics where I lose a lot of salt very easily. So I tend to basically have to salt my food far more. Even what I'm doing, even when I'm not having a lot of water, it's just, still I can have a steak even after a couple of days, no water, even dry fasting and then going back to, and then still saying, oh, this isn't salty enough, I'm putting more salt. I tend to lose more salt. I remember once I was in Bali, and I'd actually, for whatever reason, I just hadn't consumed enough salt for that day. And at night, I was in bed and I was, turning around and sort of, I got up and my partner looked at me and she said, what's wrong with you? And I said, my heart's literally out of my chest,
Wow.
And so I went and got a whole lot of salt and basically salt water and just drank a number of glasses of a lot of salt water, and then everything calmed down. Okay. And then I went back to sleep and I was fine the next day. And I said, look, I must have dehydrated quite a bit and I must have lost, because I said I really sweated a lot, and I noticed on my skin there were like salt crystals, part of it. Yeah. And I said, the sort of, where you touch it and it's the taste of that saltiness. And I said, I must have lost quite a bit. It was a very humid day. The humidity at that time had been really high. And I was just, and when the high humidity is like in the 90s or whatever, I will literally just run water off my body. That's how bad it actually gets. I just literally, my trousers, I would take my shorts off and just get the water off all my t-shirt and stuff like that. I mean, I'm not kidding you. I remember one day I actually stopped on the side of the road, got off the scooter, got the stuff off, got all the actual moisture off, put the stuff back on. The locals there were looking at bloody crazy tourists, they probably were saying to themselves, and they just drove off.
Oh my God. Oh, that's so sad, Harry.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, look, I just get out in my briefs and all that. Even Hello Kitty, she just looks, she goes, "You got no shame, no nothing." Yeah, exactly. So she knows the sort of neighbour I am. I have walked out at night nearly completely naked, and I just don't care. Throw something in the rubbish bin and then walk back in. So.
I mean, sometimes you just can't bother. Like, I just want to go out and throw something in the trash. Do I have to put all my clothes on just for
Yeah,
that?
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just too much trouble, And so I.
I didn't forget
Nice.
what you said last week.
Nice, mate. Nice. Oh, yeah. We definitely wanted this. We definitely wanted this. Oh, this is a good one. This is a good one, Loki. This is magic. Absolutely. This is exactly what I wanted. Yes, definitely. The crude, the sad, and the ugly. Oh, mate. Perfect.
It's like a movie cover at this point.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, it's a spaghetti western. The two, yes, the two Italiano boys, you know, and their favorite crackpot Ray Pete.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, look, I really like Ray Pete's style. That actually makes him look better than he actually looks in real life.
Exactly. Like it actually flatters him a bit.
It's a flattering look. Perfect, mate. Absolutely perfect.
It came down to, I was like so tired of like stretching like Paul's face. And I was like, okay, it's just going to be, it's
No,
going
that's
to end
good.
up
That's a
like
good
this.
one. That's a really good one.
Thanks, Harry.
Oh, you're welcome. No, thanks from all of us. You've outdone yourself again. You've outdone yourself again. Thanks, mate.
No problem.
I better save that. Yes, into my favorite image library under my YouTube sort of folder. I've got an image one where all my images go in there. The ones that I get from you, obviously. Oops, went too far back. Then I'll do that. Mate, thank you for that.
No problem,
Necro Kitty said Frank would be so triggered. Who cares?
I mean, he can get even more triggered now. He's not eating He's not eating all that much meat, so he's probably really deranged.
What is it? Oh, Dean next. He says Frank went live just before Harry, as depressing as FK. Yeah, he complains nonstop how everyone has ripped him off. Oh yeah, exactly. Yes, he actually is the originator of, it's not Einstein, he's the originator of the theory of relativity. He's also the originator of the quantum mechanics theory. Yes. He went back in time through it with a spaceship.
No, he actually invented
machine.
Meat. He invented
Exactly.
meat.
He invented meat as well. So you carnies should send him a few quids as a thank you for inventing meat. What else? I mean, yeah, you name it, he's invented it. You name it, he knows it. Yep. He's like a little god on earth. He never gets it wrong, ever. If he changes his mind, there is a purpose to the changing of his mind. Get with the program. Yes.
Apparently, Harry.
That boy's really lost the plot on a lot of issues.
Apparently, we get too much sulfur and not enough manganese to balance it out. Apparently.
What is he doing?
He's saying that, on a carnivore diet, you get too much sulfur and not enough manganese to balance it out.
Oh, what a lot of crap. What absolutely lot of crap.
Every mammal, you look at their insides, there's only trace amounts of manganese. Why the hell do you need to eat so much? It doesn't make sense.
A lot of manganese is actually toxic.
Exactly.
The body, actually, the RDIs are wrong on manganese. The body actually excretes, the bile actually excretes, unless you've got taurine, which the bagoons don't have. This is what the bagoons get, basically severe brain fog. It also can get some brain damage because they can't excrete efficiently because they've got poor bile function. You need bile to excrete and remove. More than 90% is excreted in the feces. That's how much it's really needed. And if you don't get enough animal foods to get enough of the taurine, so that's why I usually say to people who are on a plant-based diet, I say, please supplement taurine. It will correct a lot of the issues that you're having, even gut issues, but also manganese toxicity and many other issues. To at least, but until they realise that their diet is very deficient without them doing too much damage to their body. So yeah, I usually say if you can give one supplement to a vegan, give that vegan taurine.
Yep. Oh, by the way, Harry, I got that friend of mine, the one with endometriosis. She's started taking taurine, so we'll see how that goes.
Yep, that should help her.
Yeah.
Obviously, you need to be a more meat-based diet to basically get
Yeah.
all the benefits. All the benefits. It's not, one thing isn't going to help, but it does actually reduce. It actually improves some of the homeostatic effects within the the reproductive system, and also the pressure in those, and also breaks down a lot of the fibrotic tissue. And this condition does produce a lot of fibrotic tissue.
Yes.
And so that should help, but obviously you need to take away the stuff that's actually causing the problem as well.
Yes. Look, I've been telling her, like, she tried. So she's animal based, but she can't give up certain things because she says that, I crave variety and stuff. And I'm honestly not the guy. Like, when that's the issue, I'm not the guy to talk about. I'm not like Pin. Pin like has a lot of experience handling like addictions and this type of mental work and everything. But I can't help people with that because it doesn't click with me. Because when I decided I was going to go carnivore, I just did it, and a slow transition and whatever. But I just did it, and today I got used to it, and I don't even miss anything else.
Fatty Finn, with Bill Gates buying up all the farmland and all that, you'll be eating kibble, mate, whether there's a crisis or not.
Yeah, pretty much.
Get some taurine in you. That will calm your nervous system and increase your parasympathetic. Very good for that. Normalize your cortisol as well. Look, we don't get enough in the diet, unfortunately. It's just basically meat is not freshly slaughtered and consumed. It's usually hung up and dried out and loses fluids, and with it loses basically the taurine, and not a good thing. Oops. Use a fucking scissors, kiddies. You heard Uncle Bart? Use the damn things as scissors. He's right. It's actually a really nice feature. Anyway, I've actually used it as well, and I know a number of other people have been using it, which is good. So, I mean, I was surprised that YouTube would come up with actually a feature useful for the channel. For the channel. Well, the media creators, or for once, usually usually what they do is they develop tools to basically censor us better, to monitor us better, to annoy us more.
And then take away good things as well.
Exactly. Reduce revenue of people. By shadow banning them and stuff like that. Yeah, that sort of stuff, that's where their main focus has been for some time in that regard.
Yeah, that was earlier.
That was the earlier. Yes, exactly. Well, I'm quite behind, but that's normal, I mean.
Yeah, business as usual.
Business as usual, exactly. It's the Harry, he has his in between rants. As I tell you, that Roy guy in the evening is way better organized. You should come and actually watch him.
Yes, I don't need to wake up at 4 a.m.
I have to promote the later one somehow.
Yeah, definitely.
No, he's not. He just basically thinks it's genetics. He thinks, if it works for you, I mean, it's weird.
Like,
I got discharged by my cardiologist, basically. But, normally says, this doesn't normally happen. People get worse. And I go, yeah, because they're still eating kibble and taking
yep.
your inappropriate meds. That's why they get worse. This shouldn't be happening. It's sort of like a surprise. You must, maybe you've got special genetics as well. I got the same thing, and I'm going,
This shouldn't be happening.
This shouldn't be happening. This is not what you usually deteriorate. You get worse. We have to give you even more meds. This isn't normal. Why are you getting better?
It's
God.
like,
one
no,
less.
it's like,
one. Hey, he's probably thinking one less client. I need to find another client to charge.
yeah, right. I'm like, so when does the tragic death come? Because I've been eating like 250, nearly 300 grams of fat a day.
Oh,
My
it's gonna
cholesterol
happen.
is a sky
It's gonna
high.
it's gonna take a long time, but it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen to all of us, but it'll take a long time.
And I'm like, wait, I was fed false information. I should have died 10 times over by now.
Exactly. That's a meme. It's not really Lukey. He's 6 foot under currently. We've just created, this is that sort of artificial intelligence.
This is a deep fake.
Yeah, exactly. It's not true. He's not real. It's a bit like Australia. It's not real as well.
Not real.
Some lunatic.
Yeah, right.
Isaac Butterfield has a go.
I wonder how I
think that guy's in Britain is taking the piss out of everyone.
Exactly.
Honestly, but it is funny. You're making me hungry, Wes. You're making me hungry. Oops. Meet on the Mount from Mount Compass.
Oh, by the way, Harry, I don't know if you have seen this one, but there was this actress in Hollywood. She was like spotted eating raw bovine heart in the street.
Okay.
Yeah, and now the media is now like, oh my god, is this safe or not? Why is she doing that? It's like,
who is she? Who is she? This
what's her name?
Lovely carny lady.
I don't know how to pronounce her name, but it's
I'll send her my kisses.
Yeah, let me see. I actually have the link to a news piece.
I just put it up. Can you can check?
Oh yeah. I think most people have seen this. But yeah, we were talking about that earlier in the Discord.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, she's actually on a raw. I think on a raw diet. I think.
Oh, okay. Oh, so she's on a raw carnivore diet.
Yep. And as you would expect, the news piece is like, "Is it safe?" The experts weigh in.
How bloody ridiculous can you be? So Heidi Montag. So Heidi Montag is making headlines with eating raw meat, animal organs to address her fertility issues. Smart woman.
Yep.
There's limited evidence to support that consuming raw meat has health benefits. Well, that's according to the crackpots. The rest of us know that's not the case.
Yeah.
Nutrition experts also caution. Oh, that's the absolute official crackpots from from those organizations that are well funded by big pharma and big food agri. Yep, that consuming uncooked animal meat is not only dangerous but deadly.
So
humans have only been doing it for thousands of years,
right?
Or actually millions of years. Because remember, Homo erectus actually only could have raw meat because wasn't able to cook the meat until about 1.5 million years ago.
Exactly.
So for about a million years, Homo erectus basically, I noticed they actually, we're not here. We're basically just avatars by an alien. Basically Homo erectus died out and no other human species emerged from Homo erectus. This is all not true.
This is our simulation, Harry. We
It's a
should wake
simulation,
up.
exactly. Yes, exactly.
Oh,
How bloody crazy can you be? But deadly. We've only been consuming. I mean, you notice the actual Inuit, they're hacking through this raw meat and handing it out to their kids and everything and all that. I mean, if you're getting enough taurine, you're going to have enough acidity. And you know what? Hearts are very high in taurine.
Yep.
So that will actually maintain very good, digestive tract and stomach acidity, which means that you can digest that stuff very safely. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I sent you another one because that one I think is locked under subscription somehow.
Yeah, must be. Yep. So you will get rid of that, and I'll bring all that up.
The private chat, I think I posted another one.
Tried to stick there. There you go. Oh, she puts a bit of garlic and a bit of onion.
Yeah.
I don't mind a bit of onion myself.
I actually like onions. I just don't like.
I'm not.
I don't like how
I'm not saying it's species appropriate. I actually get a bit of garlic from Dad, and what I do is I get garlic that Dad makes organic his own.
Oh, nice.
Every year, and I'll get a bit, and I've still got heaps. I gave to Hello Kitty. I gave some to my brother Sean, and I just will break it in small amount, and then I'll just put it into a paste, like with a bit of pepper and a bit of salt, in combination with normally just put butter. Sometimes I use ghee, and sometimes if I want it to be more like a saucy, have a bit of a sauciness to it, I'll actually add a bit of cream as well and mix it, and I can use that as a sort of just to use it to give it flavor over a piece of meat or whatever. So, or put it into a soup, a meat soup.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So just turn it on. Hold on. Let me just, because I need to put the audio on when I'm sharing.
Okay.
Yeah, because you have to enable the share audio. I forgot about that because I thought it was just going to be an image. So
I don't know.
is this the actual video or something else?
I'm not sure. I think it's something else. Yeah, that's another one. That's something else.
Okay. So
yeah, but it's also about
we'll just ignore that. But I mean, we know the lady, Heidi Montag.
Yep.
Yeah. So no, look, it's interesting that people are going to do what they can do. She's probably been one of those, actresses, models, blah blah blah, just eating this low-fat kibble crap for very long. Her whole endocrine system's in the toilet, and she can't have a baby. So she's going, well, what's going to do it? And probably did a bit of research, found out between all the bullshit what actually works and what other people are doing.
Exactly.
And said, I'm going to try it, and as giving it a go. And there's a lot of people in the carnivore community we know that had these issues and actually got pregnant once they went carnivore.
I think Dr. Kimberry talks a lot about how some of his patients are like, what did you do to me? I ended up getting pregnant, even though I thought I was infertile.
Exactly. Yep, exactly. Oh, weren't you taking any birth control? Oh, or weren't you basically taking precautions like your husband using a condom? Oh, well, or pulling out before it, Well, shit happens. Yes. Look, the actual price in the that's surprising because the actual price, the recent stuff that I put out was the actual farm prices. That means the price of the actual commodity itself. That means the production of the commodity went 1.1% up. For kibble was 8.5%. That means in terms of the cost to produce it, these products, in terms of the petrochemical inputs. Now that doesn't mean that then retailers aren't going to profiteer in terms of supply and demand, especially if there's more demand for animal foods. That's a different thing. But the actual cost only went up by 1.1% to produce the actual meat. Where with seed oils it went up 8.5%, and with 3% for cereals. So that's the official cost of the energy that you have to put in to produce the product. Now, obviously, at the retail end, they can charge whatever they like, as long as people are willing to buy and pay. So, yeah, sometimes, this is what happens in a marketplace where there's high demand and not enough supply. On the one hand, even though the cost of the actual meat to produce it is lower, it's just the supply availability is, that's where. So it doesn't cost you. The price of actually producing it hasn't gone up dramatically. It's actually gone up for the kibble far more, but there's bigger supply for the kibble, and maybe people are starting to wake up and starting to drop off. Now with the actual, we went through the sort of all this, the C19 bullshit and all that, and the Jabba the Hutt nonsense, and maybe people are starting to realize that a lot of this is bullshit and starting to question a lot of the narratives and starting to move towards ancestral foods. And so if the supply isn't there and demand increases, it doesn't matter what it costs to produce it. It just basically will go up if there's not enough available product in the marketplace. Simple as that. So keep that in mind. So we need to understand market forces, the way they work. It's not just basically the cost of production. So basically, we could actually produce more energy, food energy, and in terms of protein quality for the human population at a lower input cost if we gave up on the kibble, and actually improve our environment as well, because we could rebuild soils and everything.
Exactly.
That's the way we should go. Not actually having somebody like Gates taking over farmland and restricting the production of animal foods, and as a consequence, forcing this unnatural supply and demand bottleneck, making something more expensive because there's not enough supply, and the supply is dwindling while the demand is going up. Because it's a misanthropist piece of shit, that's why. Now, governments could take action to protect the food supply if they wanted to. That's something they always intervene for the bankers and other people like that. But when it comes to actually protecting our food supply, no, we're not going to intervene there.
But yeah, it's like
we're going to allow Bill Gates to create a vegan monopoly, because that's what he's creating, a vegan food-based monopoly.
Like, it's
ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. But yeah, the thing about food security, though, like, a lot of governments are hostile to giving their citizens a lot of food independence, because it takes away a lot of their power. It's like...
That's Bart complaining about his computer.
Yep. Annoying stuff.
Yes, it will. Check the video out. Got to ask, have I encountered somebody who's still insisted on a balanced diet even after they're exposed the actual facts against that. Oh, yeah, I have had 1 or 2 people, yes. The cognitive dissonance or the brainwashing is very strong amongst some people, especially amongst the doctors and nutritionists. You can lay it out for them, but they're not willing to even look. I actually had a discussion with one lady, and I actually bumped into her months later, and I actually asked her, did she look into? She said, "Oh, I'll look into it." Did she look in? Oh no. She said, "I didn't have any time, and it's not relevant. My education gave me all the information I need." Not even willing to look into the Randall cycle. Completely disinterested. My education gave me all. That's what was her answer. Gave me all the information I needed. I do not need to look into it. Well, if you don't need to bloody look into it, how can you claim that you understand, that you've actually seen all the research and really know exactly what is bona fide and what isn't? It's bullshit.
But Harry, it's like not even the professionals, like actual just like layman people. Like when I'm talking to them, some people, they always appeal to the idea of balance, and I'm like, what is balance? That doesn't mean anything.
Actually,
Like
even defining it, you're right. Even defining balance, what is balance?
Exactly.
What is balance to me may not be balanced to you, may not be balanced to somebody else. How do you define balance?
And then I just start joking, and I'm like, "Oh, I'm going to die out of a balance deficiency." It's like I never get a clear answer, and people are always appealing to their like preconceived notions of, "Oh, but you gotta have at least a little bit of this, a little bit of that," but that doesn't make any sense. Like you have what is species appropriate, and you have what is not. You don't need varied sources of nutrition. You need what works.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, it's so it's weird actually. You can lay things out, but just people, they're not really interested. You know, people are just not really interested in any way, looking in any deep way. Yeah, it's sort of
exactly. That's the thing, because I understand that food can be really personal. I understand that.
Yeah. Look at it. Yeah, exactly.
But at the same time, like even if
Yes,
you
it
don't want
does.
to,
Just answering. Yeah,
it,
plays a role there.
It really does.
And it actually improves the regulation of all, because the system's in there. So because there is a regulatory side, but it's a long biochemical sort of going down a big rabbit hole. But anyway, because it also intersects with methylation. So that's for another day, another video, some other long conversation. Probably take an hour or two to explain it all. But anyway,
but I understand that food can be heavily personal, but at the same time, like
exactly.
I'm not. Even if someone doesn't want to change at first, at least let's talk about like more profoundly, But people aren't even interested in that. It's like they're dodging the issue because then they'll be forced to change.
Exactly. Yeah, look, it's there are some people have grown up in, especially in traditional families like a Chinese family or whatever, or even a Greek family or Italian family, eating certain things, and yeah, it's sort of, you go home, even to my father, and he'll will out certain things. Now, I don't necessarily eat those things, but he'll will them out, and they're there because it's part of, there's always going to be feta cheese there. It's without saying, but that's okay because it is carnivore. But they're always going to be gherkins and stuff like that. Now, I will have a few gherkins with him, and I do like them, but they're not species appropriate, obviously, But it's a fermented thing, so it's sort of got some probiotic benefits with some of the lactobacillus stuff. So you're not really, and it's broken down a lot of the anti-nutrients. So it's not the most horrific plant food to consume in that regard. In that fermented form, it probably has some benefits. It's probably a balance between the negative stuff and the benefits. But at the same time, I'm aware exactly what's going in and even the gin that was going in yesterday into my body. And I know exactly what it was doing and what it wasn't doing. I wasn't deluded about what was going in. Unfortunately, a lot of these people they go and get an education in nutrition or whatever, or they do biochemistry at university and they are taught certain pathways. And then they interpret those pathways in a very reductionist way. And they assume a lot of nonsense based on that. So the actual pathway describing the way it actually works in a mechanistic way, that's fine. There's not a problem there. It's a way of basically getting around the complexity. Because when you look at basically in terms of biochemical process in a body, you look at there's all these multiple pathways doing this, that, and everything else. And even when you're looking at lipolysis going through to lactate, can actually go even through the Cori cycle, or basically going into the Krebs cycle, acetyl-CoA. There's a whole lot of reasons why it may go in one direction or it may go in another direction or not. All these things. There are reasons why you go through as gluconeogenic, or you may have different levels of gluconeogenesis as well, or not. Or that could be basically really like taurine will actually downregulate that and increase lipolysis actually through acetyl-CoA, through the Krebs cycle. So it actually, increases by a higher level and sort of reduces the amount of pyruvate. So automatically there, it actually is enhancing fat oxidation. It's actually in the recent video that I made, you probably saw it anyway, which is a good thing to basically for, athletes, to basically use it to increase their performance. Eventually I'm hoping that people will go and put that out on the different sites out there to get that information out, because there's a lot of athletes that will be able to use that information, swimmers, right, and all sorts of other people, and they will get a big, big boost, because what they're doing is they're preserving more of their glycogen.
Yep.
So right at the end where they need that explosive energy to win, to get past the other person,
mm-hmm,
they're going to have more in their tank as
precisely,
a consequence.
Yeah.
If they time it properly, that means they need to train and make sure that they're actually timing it properly. If they time it properly, they'll get the advantage. And they'll learn not to basically put kibble down their throat before, but to go in a fasted way and to basically use this technique with taurine to really get the edge on the opposition.
Mm-hmm.
So, and if they need anything to, in between, bit of beef jerky and some fat.
Yep.
Bit of cream and a bit of beef jerky. Perfect,
Like when you don't want to prepare food, it's like beef jerky and cream.
Yeah, exactly. You can do that, and taurine. So,
yep.
What else do you need? So, you could that could give them the edge against some of these other athletes. So it's information that can be used by people.
Exactly. I was really happy with that one. I wasn't aware of that study. It was conducted because the original, I think it's in Portuguese, so I've been able to share it with some acquaintances.
You could get you could actually get the Brazilian one. That's right, the Portuguese version. Yep. That's right. Yeah. So did you look up were you able to get a copy of the Portuguese one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So you could share it amongst the the sort of people you deal with. Yeah. I'm surprised that some people that are involved in like international competition, Olympic Games, those sort of things and stuff like that are unaware of this way of actually really giving you the edge in a number of these competitions.
It really makes it it's really the holy grail, I would say. It really makes a difference. It really does. I've been seeing so many people saying the same thing.
Exactly.
People just get to try it, and within a few weeks they notice the difference. It's
Mate, you look at the Inuit, they're out there, and they're literally cutting all this raw meat and handing it out to their family members and all that.
Mm.
These people are hardy people. They go
Yes.
kilometers, miles and miles through very inhospitable terrain.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me how many people around the world can do that. These people, and not only that, the taurine increases their internal body temperature as well. They can survive in these very hard conditions. They've got more capacity for oxygen. And remember, they can't get into ketosis very easily.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It's because of the deuterium thing that I've talked about. But also, what is the taurine doing? It's actually, because they actually have to use long fats. Now, you get extra taurine. What are you actually getting? High lipolysis.
Yep.
You're actually getting more deuterium to offset the other stuff and all that. See how it's all coming together now?
It's all coming together.
Yes. And then it makes a lot of sense. And this is why I nuance things. It's the devil is, as they say, is in the detail.
Yep.
And when you look at that and you combine that, then it makes sense why ancestrally they did this and that worked, and why I can't replicate that, because you're missing certain key components of that ancestral formula.
Exactly.
That's why. And you're getting that from me. Well, hopefully, I hope you do. You are, if you're listening. If you're not, I can't help you. G'day, Deborah. Yeah, that was before. Yeah, I'm way behind, aren't I? Yeah, sorry. I'm all over the place. The brain is not engaged perfectly. Must be the after effects from all that lovely gin. Gin on, because Deborah did give me a donation further down. Yeah, so yes, I blame it on the gin and my brother for forcing me to buy it. Well, I did offer, sort of, but I felt like I was compelled.
I felt strangely compelled to have
exactly. Look, I did like basically the Vagoons to justify their indiscretions. Well, I'm justifying my other indiscretion. I've got no excuse. I wasn't stressed. I was just doing it because I wanted to enjoy it. So anyway, oh well, a bit of poisoning now and then. Hopefully the taurine will fix it all. Yeah, that it does actually. It basically improves keratin binding. So yeah, it for collagen, it actually boosts collagen, improves collagen synthesis and stuff like that. I do use it as well. I think I did mention that to Deborah as well about her son. Sulfur amino acids like methionine, like MSM, like taurine help with this sort of stuff. MSM seems to do a bit of a stronger job when it comes to nails and hair. Yeah, so that's true. And it's the reason why my hair is much better. I use the Jarrow MSM, but it's the reason why my hair is much better. For that reason, my nails as well, much better. So, and they grow fast as well. So as you can see, they've grown a bit. And as you can see, they're nice and pinky, aren't they? For an old boy, nice and pinky. So that's how they should be. That sort of color, not white with dots and all sorts of shit.
Yes.
On a species inappropriate diet. But my nails too grow, and my hair does grow quite a bit. Especially, I've eased up a bit on the MSM because I've just been getting too much hair growth and too much nail growth, and it's annoying because I have to go and pay for multiple haircuts.
It is. I remember that when I first introduced Libre, and I actually overdid it a bit. I think you might remember that, Harry, because I got the skin crack from the edge of my head. But when I was at those sort of levels, I was actually having to get my haircut like every 20 days or something. It was
exactly.
It was just absurd.
God. Should give up the coffee. I re-sense it. I've got a bit of a rough, like in my throat, a bit of a rough patch, and water's fine, but when it interacts with the stuff from the coffee and all that, it seems to be aggravating us. I'm going to give up the rest of the coffee.
Kind of an irritant, probably.
Yeah, I think I did crush. I was actually eating a bone part of, and I'm sort of chewing it and all that, and I went down, and I think I scraped myself. Oh, look, I do munch on small bones, so, and I think I've just irritated my throat in that regard, and that'll teach me to basically actually chew them a bit longer, make sure that they're actually fully broken down and dissolved properly before I start swallowing. But anyway, I like the actual, like the ends of the bones of chickens and stuff like that. I actually keep them in the fridge. Actually, through the week I'll have a couple. So because I'll have the meat and I'll have a couple, and sort of the extra bones that I pulled out of the chicken as I pull it apart, I'll actually put them and I'll actually have it. It's my sort of like natural, hyaluronic acid and stuff like that.
Yep.
So why throw away the bones? Exactly. Chicken, I eat the whole lot. So I know it may not be everybody's cup of tea, but I can tell you it actually makes your jaw and bones much stronger and teeth much stronger because of that compression on chewing. I can, now I don't, no sensitivity. The teeth are much more, the enamel, everything is much more stronger in that regard. So, I think our ancestors would have gnawed on, because we actually find ancestral like bones, people gnawing on to get all the meat off. No different than other carnivores, and actually that does seem to actually improve the strength of the bones, and of also it's not only the not only the teeth but the jaw as well becomes stronger. So
certainly, and the meat in the bone has a different taste as well. It's a good taste. A lot of people enjoy that.
Yeah. MCT doesn't actually, because it's a medium chain. It's not a long chain fat, and it actually goes through the duodenum. It goes through the duodenum. Yeah, I believe it does. Because the ileum is right at the end, and I think, and all the long chain fats go through there. So that's a sort of a different, because remember, it goes straight to the liver and gets turned into ketones, medium chain triglycerides. Yep. So it goes in with sugar and with proteins. So So probably the it is a fat after all, and it is a fat soluble. Pfizer is fat soluble, so any fat would work in that regard. That's interesting. Me thinking about it, maybe that's not a good idea. Maybe MCTs, because you still, the Pfizer will not be absorbed. It'll be absorbed down in the ileum. So we need the long chain fats, definitely. Yeah, that's where it's going to be absorbed, in the ileum, where the bile salts are being reabsorbed and everything like that. Yeah, that's where it's going to be. Yeah, so I suspect.
Okay.
I do not know where Pfizer gets reabsorbed, but I suspect that's where it's going to be absorbed. So it makes logical sense, because everything else that is fat soluble substances get absorbed there in the ileum. So it's got to be absorbed there. So if it's being absorbed there, then it's definitely it'd be long chain fats that are going to be better. So butter, animal fats, if they're rendered, like tallow or stuff like that. Yeah, things like that is going to make the difference in better absorption, because we need fat to absorb them. The more fat, the better in terms of absorption. That's why I basically use liquid fat, which is basically just cream. I use cream, which is very high in saturated fats. I know all of them are going to be reabsorbed at the ileum, and so as a consequence, it's going to basically take the best uptake in that regard. Yeah, probably MCT is not probably the best thing for that. Yeah. Good point, Harut. And it allowed me to clarify that. and also in my head, even though I haven't really researched it exactly. But it makes logical sense that
Yes.
all these substances are absorbed at the ileum, or long chain fats, fatty acids, or fat soluble vitamins. That's where they're being absorbed. The recycling of the bile salts, 95+%. So yeah, it makes logical sense. That's where it would be. Yep. If you're going to drink green tea, don't drink any more than 2 cups in the morning. No more than that. Yeah, I've given up on green tea completely, Wes, because in that study that I did on Pfizer, it actually increases. It seems to increase. I suspect it's via magnifying the cytokine. It's probably interacting with, CD38. And actually, this is a hypothesis of mine that it's not proven. There's no research out there, but I suspect it is interacting with that, maybe even magnifying that to actually increase. Now, it is a protective thing, and so maybe, and this is my hypothesis, because it seems to be protective, and we know CD38 actually has a protective role in preventing, when it's high, in preventing basically senescent cells from becoming cancerous. And this is probably where the value is actually happening, where the green tea or the ECG EGC CG that basically is in the actual, is probably the benefit. The way it's happening is that it's actually increasing CD38, which is reducing your NAD plus energy production, which isn't a good thing, but it's actually probably magnifying that. And CD38 does increase when it does go up. Also, cytokine release from this tissue also increases. So I would suspect that that's the sort of the mechanism. I hope somebody out there in research land does a study to actually demonstrate a mechanistic relationship between the two, because we don't have one at the moment. We do have the one that I did recently with Pfizer and melatonin as a mechanism, quite clearly demonstrated a connection. But in terms of this compound in green tea and CD38, no idea. I'm just speculating because I suspect that is related, since it increases senescence, that would be probably the logical pathway. By increasing that and increasing basically cytokines, you would make other cells around it more damaged, more senescent. So it makes logical sense that would be the mechanism. But that's a speculation and a hypothesis of mine, not a proven hypothesis. We just know from observations that this happens, but we haven't demonstrated the cause and effect mechanism yet. That's the hypothesis from me about cause and effect mechanism. Yes, I have shared some of my content amongst some Koreans. We have a small group, Western A Price Foundation in Korea. Okay. Yeah, thanks, mate. Thanks, Jin. Appreciate it. Thanks for the support. Yeah, try to minimize the amount of water. It is high in deuterium, not good for you. That was earlier, the stuff that we talked about that got covered. Yeah, me neither. Since reducing my water intake and hydrating from fat, I've noticed, yeah. Way different.
I think it's in the beginning, it's even more psychological than anything. Like, we'll just start drinking less water and you're like, oh
exactly.
God. It's like,
yep. Exactly, Fatty Finn. Yeah, the introduction of the wolves back in Yellowstone did improve things. Yep. Yeah, look, Humans are part of the environment. They always have been. We're not separate. So it is absolutely bullshit. It's only when we basically try and actually turn them into a little preservation center. You can't preserve. Nature is dynamic. It's constantly evolving and changing and all that. When you try to preserve something, this is bullshit.
Yep.
You know what? What gives humans the right to basically say, I'm going to make sure that these species do not die out, and I'll allow other species which are weaker to survive? No. There is competition between species. Every species is a species. The bullshit propaganda that comes from the veganerized community that we shouldn't be a species. Hold on. We're part of the natural world. All species compete amongst themselves. They are species. They prioritize their own species and their reproductive success as a species. So based on that, these vagoons are completely wrong, and they should, if they can't, if certain things can't compete, our lock and load mentality, bad luck. Find a way to survive and evolve if you want to be around. Nature. Look, the natural world, it doesn't really matter. If certain species die out and other species come about and actually take their place, and the nature rebalances in some other way, it doesn't really matter. There are always going to be niches that certain species will exploit for a certain time, then they'll die out and other species will take over. That's how the natural world operates. Get over it. This sort of thing, preserving something in a bubble, is illogical. Entropy cannot be stopped. Entropy is the decay of matter in the universe. Entropy cannot be stopped, which means that things changing and evolving and altering cannot be stopped. This sort of whole, we want to preserve the environment, is unscientific. It's lunacy. What we don't want to do is degrade the environment by doing stupid things, by trying to protect it and preserve it, is one thing. And the other thing is we don't want to throw a whole lot of biological, chemical, nuclear and other crap that we get out of the soil to basically turn into a wasteland either.
Yep.
I'm more concerned less about the carbon and more concerned about industrial pollution and stuff like that, and how that affects us and other animals which are part of our food supply. That's the sort of environmentalism that I subscribe to, not the BS stuff, that made up nonsense to misdirect an entire generation of people to be looking at the sky. Oh, I wonder how many molecules of carbon is up there, and the trees are starving for the damn thing. If you go below 150 parts per million in terms of carbon, you turn to snowball Earth, the whole planet. The trees die. These people are misanthropists. They say we have to go to zero. Yes, you want to kill all life on Earth. Is that it? All carbon life on Earth? Are you so demonic? Give us a break. These people are just crazy. I don't know what they're talking about.
No, it's
somebody should lock them up and medicate them.
The whole conservation thing, it's like a popularity context, because you have animals that in theory they're way more important for an ecosystem, but they don't get publicity. They're not cute, so they don't get the conservation effort.
Exactly, not cute enough. If you're not cute, if you don't get the cute tick, you're out. According to the veganerized community, you get money if you're cute. Oh, you get shitloads. Explains why I need to make myself more cuter. Mental note, Harry. Mental note.
According to Bart, I already have that covered. So,
well, that's why I have you on here. That's why I have you on here, to attract the ladies. To attract the ladies. I'm an old fart. They're going, oh yeah, he's an old geezer. He's got a bit of information, but he's an old geezer. The ladies turn up when I've got you here, Lukey.
Makes perfect sense there. Yeah.
Exactly. There's an ulterior motive for everything. Uncle Harry wouldn't have you here, for any other reason. And then I basically got Ted on, because basically Ted also amuses people more than Bart.
Yes.
So exactly, I go. That's what it's really a struggle. Because basically Bart wants to get on and monopolize and basically leave Ted in the shadows. Now that is really discrimination against Ted. you know. And as a supporter of Ted and a good friend of Ted, you know, Ted, I love you. I'm your mate. You know, as a good friend of Ted, you know, I sort of promote him, and somebody has to.
I just remember now, last time I showed up on one of Bart's street, I think Jared was there as well, but Bart said that I was a diversity hire as well. That's the best one.
Oh, that's the best one. That's next level. God, that's next level. Diversity. Oh, so he went. So he basically next level woke.
Yes.
God, I just say you're cute. You know, yeah, there's a cute. You know,
I mean, I'm not.
I'm completely unwoke. So he basically went next level to wokeness. God
exactly.
almighty.
He's trying to dodge the YouTube lords by being woke.
Oh God. Oh well, I'll have to wind you up next time. God, you becoming woke, old man. God. Bruce is asking, are there any issues with natural flavors on keto sweeteners? Sometimes add them to sparkling water to give some variety and flavor without sugar. Look, the problem with a lot of the sweeteners is that the body still thinks sweetness is coming through. And since sweetness is coming through, you know what it does? It anticipates and goes, ooh, we're going to have a spike of insulin. So it actually starts releasing a bit of insulin in the system. Now, different sweeteners actually exhibit different levels of insulin spiking. There's actually some like aspartame and some certain others ones that actually increase insulin to higher levels than even raw sugar. That's how bad they are in terms of the insulin effect. Because insulin, if you've got a lot of glycogen stores that you can actually put away the sugar, you may have a bit of a momentarily up in blood sugar, then it'll be put away into glycogen, but have much lower insulin effect. That higher insulin is actually going to do you more damage to your arteries and stuff like that than basically the actual sugar that just added a bit of glycogen into your system, or or from the milk or whatever. So there is a very much different. So I do have a problem with alcohol sugars. Now there is erythritol is one of those that is less problematic. 90% ends up in the bowl, goes into your feces. 10% only gets into your system. So it has a much lower effect in that regard. It still will raise a bit, but not as much lower. And also erythritol is actually also produced in the actual body itself. So it's a sugar that is, the body knows how to deal with it. It's not something like alien chemical concoction. So yeah, but obviously the best thing is not to really go crazy on these things. Yes, exactly. The bear love. Tracy loves the Ted as well. Yes, good woman. Yes. I actually tried to I sent that some AI stuff and all that for Bart to try out with Ted, but it's sort of it's still not fully developed, as he said, because he gave it a bit of a try and all that. I haven't actually found any other company that actually produces a good AI mimicking product yet. I'm looking because I would like to get him a bit of technology that he can use to get Ted to basically do his own thing and talk. I think that would be hilarious. It would go next level. Because combining.
I've been seeing a lot of memes made with that sort of thing, but like they want this SpongeBob when I made for you, like
exactly.
Someone already trained an AI to replicate SpongeBob, but
precisely, yeah.
There's a lot of potential, but at the same time, it's really hard to train one of those.
yeah, precisely. That's yeah. I'm still looking because I'd love, because that would actually boost his own channel even further.
Exactly.
It would actually really help. And that's his primary income. As I said, I started my channel more through his encouragement, and it was really, I just wanted to come on his channel and actually support him because I agree with what Bart says and we're like-minded on a lot of issues. So it's probably very minor things where we have a bit of variation, but it's so little, it's insignificant, you know. Even on the deuterium stuff, we agree. On the same issues, we sort of have a different opinion with Jack Cruz as well. So me and Bart sort of don't subscribe to the Jack Cruz sort of. We still see food as being more important. So we have a lot of synergies. You know, I mean, you know, it's those minor things like my sort of investigation to areas like taurine and other things that Bart may have been less aware of due to academia, you know, coming out of that. You would have been less aware of some of these things. And even in the carnivore and keto community, it's never talked. You know, it's just these peptides and a number of, and it's not only there are other peptides in human flesh of human animals that nobody talks about. It's just bizarre that, you know, such a critical thing. And it really explains why the raw foodies, when they actually come off of a veganerized diet, actually get better relief than they get from cooked meat, because they're getting slightly more taurine. That's what's fixing up their gut, and they're going, this works better.
Yeah, you know? They swear by it, and they don't even know why.
They don't even know why, exactly. And you know, and you've got people fighting tooth and nail between the raw foodies and the non-raw foodies, and the reality is they're both missing the taurine picture. You know, so yeah, I was surprised that nobody was actually looking at this sort of stuff. I go, here, there's a mountain of evidence. Even the, you know, the US government actually, you know, like it. If you go on the NIH, the National Institute of Health website, there's actually a lot of stuff there. And they actually asked researchers to go away and actually do research. I've actually got like the book thing. I use it as my source to get a lot of the information to create my videos. You know, and then I look for the studies to be able to but there's the book actually is like the Bible on where they actually got researchers to look into all the biochemistry of taurine or this molecule or potassium or whatever. So they like a definitive book on what the effects and stuff like that, what it's interacting with, which pathways, biochemical pathways and all that. So looking at that, I'm going, okay, I can make it this video. There's so much information in that book. I would need a couple of lifetimes to basically go through the whole lot and make enough videos. There is content there that I could be making for, you know, it affects this pathway, that pathway. You know, I mean, it'll just be, I'll be spinning off videos on taurine for many, many years. So there's a lot to, you know, and there's a lot of other compounds as well in animal foods that I think need to, I'm thinking about, you know, looking at some of the other compounds and really getting into them as well a bit so people can understand let me put it this way, why I do this. I'm making the case for meat. Because I'm saying these compounds can only be found in meat and seafood. Basically, that's another form of in animal foods, basically. And they have these properties and the way they affect the body, which are magical. You know, we're not talking about in any strange way, but in a magical way that they really do fantastic interactions in the body and furnish us with really good human health and vitality and strength and all that. Yeah, it's the sort of stuff that I want to get out, because a lot of people have got fear of meat, and by doing these sort of things, they'll go, wow, it does this and this and this, and it sorts this out and that out. And I don't really have to worry about it because there's a glucagon to insulin ratio, which means that these growth pathways don't even go that high up. So I don't even have to worry about that as long as I keep the sugar out. They're going, you know, it's only people that actually add sugar, like the salad boy and all that, and Frankie and everybody else, that are actually going to be pushing these growth pathways up and are actually going to be causing themselves health problems. You take that sugar component out and just stick to the animal foods and keep the insulin to glucagon down to 1.3 or around about that, you're not going to have any of these issues. These are the deleterious issues. It's not the meat. It's a combination of that with sugar that's causing the problems, and all the other derangements. And so, yeah.
Harry, I think a diet that is like, for example, like a standard Brazilian one that is like starch and meat, that also like really raises mTOR as well. Like,
yep, exactly.
okay.
And it's the reason why many people, in Brazil don't have longevity.
Yes.
It's the reason why. It's because they're engaging continuously these growth pathways and a low grade and even though they may be physically active when they're younger,
Yeah.
when they're older they're not, and they end up engaging the Randall cycle at a lower gradient and eventually at a higher gradient. Plus, if you add all that starch over years and years and years and concentrated deuterium,
Yep.
you're going to reduce the amount of the quality of your mitochondrial density. So you're actually going to be then engaging the Randall cycle at a much lower gradient of energy input into the system, and you're going to be you're going to be utilizing less as you're getting older, but you've got a habit of eating the same sort of stuff.
Exactly.
So you're going to magnify the effect as you get older and retire, and you'll basically shorten your life even further and quicker.
It's what I've heard from a lot of elders. They always say, "Enjoy it while you're younger." Because when you're older, you won't be able to eat anything without getting fat. And I'm like, this is not a death sentence.
Exactly. No, it's not. You just have to take the starch out.
Yep.
That's the thing. Take out the starch and you don't have to worry about this, this future. You don't have to live this future. The problem, you're going to be one of those lucky people that will not live that future.
Exactly.
But many others will, because they will still follow the standard approach. They can still, on that diet, still be reproductive, still have children at a younger age and all that. But once they get into their, into older age, they will have much more difficulty in reproduction. And the problem now is that many of these people are starting to live in cities. They're still eating the same stuff and leaving reproduction to later on in life. And struggling with that as well, because by that stage, they've already started doing the damage to their endocrine system. They've already basically started, because of their sedentary lifestyle, especially office workers and people that are professionals, will tend to actually worsen their health over time compared to somebody who's a tradie or works physically with their hands most of their life. It'll take them longer before they fatten up and before they start having derangements. So, there are those differences as well. We can look that through history, peasants working on land.
Yeah, office workers get so little light as well, so little natural light.
That's exactly as well. And all that information, you can go right back. There was a study done in Britain in 1930s based on British office workers compared to people who are tradies working out, like plumbers and electricians or people working on the land or people like that. And they noticed that there was a marked difference in life expectancy and also disease. That means quality of life, health span and stuff like that. They noticed a marked difference between the two. And that was a study done way back then when people were still eating far better than they're eating today.
Yes.
And those people had worse outcomes, let alone today.
Right.
Take your metformin, take this, take that, and all that to sort of mitigate all the junk. Let's keep you going for as long as possible. We'll do surgical interventions as well that may add a few more years to you by fixing your heart, all that. So you don't die in your 40s like me, so I can live a bit longer. The only difference is I jumped off that treadmill. That's the only difference. I woke up and realized they got it all wrong. But most people won't. That's why most people will not get discharged by their cardiologist, will continue going back and back and back, and be basically given the same bullshit and medications, and they'll just up the medications. They'll say, well, now you need a bit more. Take this new pill. We've got this one and this one, and it just goes on and on. And they deteriorate worse and worse. And we need to basically give you this other medication to stabilize that. And we've dysregulated that. That's what they have done, but they won't tell you that. They say, well, it seems like genetically you can't cope with this, so we need to give you some other medication to stabilize that, to sort this out and that out and all that. And you're deranging me and then trying to balance me with more meds. Ridiculous.
And there's also the really fun one of, you feel weird, but your exams are fine.
That's it. What's wrong with you? It must be psychological.
It's
You're crazy.
Oh God.
Yeah, no, it's just Precisely. That's the problem with the whole thinking. Reductionist nonsense and everybody broken up that doesn't understand that it's a complex system that you need to basically feed it the right stuff. Fatty Finned, I do actually put lemon juice, but not on steak.
Pork.
I would, I only put on pork and on fish because that's what I've grown up on my Greek, from my Greek ancestors, living in a Greek family where we put basically lemon juice on fish and on pork. And so I've grown up with that taste. And if I eat pork or fish without lemon juice, it just doesn't taste the way I like it. The way I've been conditioned culturally to eat it. But I don't put any on steak. They'd be, no way, no thanks.
It doesn't really work.
No, that doesn't. The only thing that I've actually put on steak has been butter. That's the only thing that I put on steak. But no, I wouldn't put at all. But on and I actually don't actually just put plain lemon juice. I actually mix it with rosemary or oregano when I combine it with my pork. So I can give it, sometimes I even put it in and actually leave the pork in a bowl with a mix of this sort of stuff. It absorbs some of the lemon juice and the rosemary and the oregano, depending on which one I want to try. I don't use both of them necessarily, and they take the flavor in. It's a bit of pepper kernels and a bit of salt, and it absorbs that sort of stuff. And then I basically heat it, cook it on high heat on both sides, and you get a crispy and a really nice flavor. So it depends on what I'm cooking, what I'm doing. So it's not necessary. Most people do not need to use lemon juice. But if you like it, if you like the flavor of it, I couldn't eat, I probably couldn't eat pork without lemon juice, but I can tell you, white fish without lemon juice, forget it. It's so bland. And I actually do it in two ways. I actually put butter on white fish. So it melts all over, and then I put the lemon juice, and the butter lemon juice combination is magical. It's absolutely magical. If you haven't tried it, you don't know what you're missing.
There's all these, like, you go in certain restaurants here, there's all these like river fish you can get here in the countryside. Eat all of them. You just add butter and lemon juice.
Yeah, exactly.
You can eat all of them. Like, it works.
Yeah, precisely. It's a perfect look. People have worked out these things, cooks and stuff like that, a long time ago. And certain traditions, people's traditional and because your origins come from Portugal and that, Portugal, Spain, Italy, Greece, they've been using lemon juice and those sort of seasonings for a very long time, and it works beautifully. It makes a bland white fish actually taste like heaven. So yeah, makes a big difference. I mean, nowadays, unfortunately, many people, modern restaurants you go to, they don't use butter. They basically, or dairy products. They use olive oil. Yeah, they use olive oil and lemon juice. That's what they use: olive oil, lemon juice, and rosemary. I'm going. There's nothing like creamy. It doesn't make it as creamy.
Yes, exactly.
Because remember, olive oil has like a bit of a pinch. It doesn't combine well. What you want on a fish, you want the creaminess of the butter. Oh,
exactly.
You got no idea what they're doing.
Like, and people complain that, the fish, it's so hard to season fish. No, just use butter, for goodness sake.
Exactly. Bloody hell, exactly. Butter on fish is just magical. I've got fish, even calamari, I actually will lather with butter all over it.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my calamari is spicy and it's got all butter inside. I'll actually rub it with my hand and get it all over everywhere, and then I'll cook. Oh, mate, it's calamari.
Hey, it's midnight.
In strip. Oh, okay. Sorry, mate. It's 3 o'clock here. Oh, shit. It's 3 o'clock. Shit, it's late.
Right?
I better get it, because I got 3 hours for the other one, so I have to basically go for my walk, come back, and cook my food. What time is it there?
I was saying it's midnight, but I didn't even realize it's close to 1 a.m. right now.
Okay, yeah, because it's 3 o'clock here. Shit, because normally I shut it down at about
I didn't.
3:30.
Oh
You
god.
know,
Yeah, I
1
didn't even
hour.
realize.
I forgot all about it as well. See, we're having such an interesting time.
Right? Oh god. It's like the highlight of my Saturday, which is now Sunday, I guess, but whatever.
Anyway, unfortunately, we didn't cover every single person. Pim's here. Pim dropped here as well. Hi, Pim. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Yeah, but Bo's here as well. G'day, Bo. Bo's talking about huge French chicken. Ah, yes. And reduced due to sell by date, got it reduced to 5.5 euros instead of, oh, that's pretty good. Bloody hell. So, yeah, sometimes that can happen. You know, I mean, yeah, why not? I've done that as well. Sometimes they discount the chicken and I'll buy it. Or,
Oh
because
yes.
you know what? I'll just, even if I'm not going to have it that day, I'll throw it in the deep fridge and just basically, I can have it always, defrost it and have it another day, you know? So there's an opportunity to get some cheap meat. Bloody hell.
I love eating a whole chicken sometimes. So nice.
Mm. And I noticed Deck, g'day mate. I'll just go quickly through if I've missed anyone. Nathan, good to see you, mate. And Joe's here as well. G'day, Joe. Well, there was, yeah, I wish we had more time and all that. There is another live stream later on, so I do have to pull the pin. It's 4.5 hours, and I need to go and do the other stuff. The pin should have been pulled about an hour ago, and somebody else should have been in bed, tucked in bed, you know.
Yeah, destroy my sleep shadow as usual.
You've mucked my circadian rhythms. Just from Uncle Harry. Just take an extra dose of another 2 grams of taurine before you go to
bed. Yeah, okay, the taurine will fix.
Just to recover. Oh well, just I've got to recommend something.
Yeah, right. No, it's funny. We're always like, yeah, circadian rhythm is very important, and here I am staying up until 1 a.m.
Exactly.
on the street.
I do the same thing. I was last night with Llama. He was on the Zoom session. I'm going, it's late. I have to go, Llama. It's late because I was there quite late as well. And then I still ended up trying to sort out all the other things, post my stuff and all that. Still ended up going late to bed, and I'm going, got up, and then Hello Kitty goes, I actually sent her a message. I said, look, I'm running. I need another, 10 minutes, I said to her. So, and then she basically contacted me and said, oh, I need another 5 minutes. I said, oh, don't worry about it. Fine. So eventually she got it sorted out. Then we went to the farmer's market and we got our beautiful sausages, our nice pork with, they got it basically an apple type thing flavor in it.
Oh.
It doesn't have a lot of, there's not a lot of, very small amount of carbs for the, and I, sort of get over it sort of thing. You want a bit of flavor now and then.
Exactly.
About all up, if you have it's about 400 grams of sausages. And if you have the whole lot, you get about 6 grams of total sugar from all sources.
No.
So total carbohydrate, from all, 6 grams. That's basically it. So it's bugger all, it's like having a glass of milk, so it's not, I'm not going to get too wound up about it. It's so little, it'd just be a blip when it comes to glycogen stores. But I'll be enjoying it. But today I'm actually having the other one that doesn't have, it's got bugger all. It's just dairy sugar, which is very little. It's got bugger all, even less than that. Probably a gram or something like that from dairy source. And it's a cheese. It's the the sort of the cheese and mozzarella and certain other that they actually put in the sausage with the meat, and it's a cheese. It actually, the cheese melts in the actual sausage. It melts in the sausage, mate, and it's like you cut it open. It's like a sausage with melted cheese inside it. Oh, it's just
Oh God.
divine. You know, I just basically, these are my two favorite sausages now. I just basically, yeah, it's just, yeah, I'm addicted to these two.
Careful with your words there, Harry.
That's what I realized. That I said they could be construed in the wrong way. Can you imagine? All the vegans will clip this, clip this. You like sausages?
Oh, God.
Yeah, but in the other way, you know. Oh, let's notify Frankie about this and tell him, boy.
After the raw goat thing last week, I'm paying
Oh,
attention.
that's right, exactly. Oh, yeah, he's into that, and he's into goats. You know, he's a really deviant. This guy, you know.
Oh my God.
He's a deviant Greek Australian on YouTube. You should not listen to him, kiddies.
Oh God.
Anyway, guys, thanks for being here, everyone. We're going to pull the pin. We are out of here. Lukey needs to get his beauty sleep to be more to maintain his cuteness for the channel.
Precisely, yes. It's expensive to maintain.
Exactly. You know, I mean, it's you know, and then you know, I'd have to train a new cute person for the channel. You know, you know, that'd be an effort as well, and hope that they had some other skills like multimedia skills.
Yeah, Harry, I'm just like Torin, you know. I'm a Swiss Army knife.
Swiss Army knife, exactly. You're my alternative to Taurine.
Oh God.
Thanks, Bo. Oh yeah, we know Tracy, the deviant. Snip, snip, snip. You know, give her an opportunity to snip, she'll take a big snip. Oh, thanks, Wes. Not a problem, mate. Good to have you here. Anyway, we better go. Thanks for being here, guys, and see you. And I'll let you close us down.
Yeah, sure. So, thanks everyone for being here, and yeah, you know, keep fighting the good fights, sharing the good information around, and hope to see y'all next week.
Perfect. See yous.